This is just a mic test, 1, 2. It's a lovely day here in Cape Town. But at least it's a lot cooler. To all you viewers out there, enjoy. Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2. We're kicking off in about 20 minutes. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Where am I? One of the tape on this, mic 1. Okay, I'm going to put it on screen.
Welcome to Cape Town, where we are into day 2 of the inaugural test series between South Africa and Great Britain. Based on results yesterday, Great Britain definitely had the upper hand, winning the first 3 games in the mixed tests handsomely. What South Africa would have learned from those 3 games was that you can't start playing tag in the second half, which their coach definitely would have addressed, Coach Duma Tlota. And they'll come out today a different team, we hope. On the men's open side, GB have a 2-0 lead and will consider themselves not lucky, but they had to work very hard for those wins, winning by 1 point or 1 try in each of those games. And today is a different day. The men's open teams are kicking off now in a few minutes' time. They're going to be playing 3 test matches today, so we're going to be in for a lot of action, high intensity. It must be said, I do apologize, you're going to be listening to me for all 40 minutes of this test match, as my co-commentator Will Shepherd has been roped in to officiate this game, because the referee that was down to referee unfortunately could not make it at short notice, had something else to attend to. So Will, as you can see, has stepped up to the plate. Multicolored referee wearing a vast array of clothing that he has gathered together, but we wish him well, and he gets the game underway. Barry gets it off to McConnell, passes to Prinsloo. Captain Saunders, Tengelbrecht, not getting past Barry. McConnell to Captain Saunders again. Jamil Boyens, gets past the first, tagged well. A fantastic aspect of the Great Britain game yesterday was their defence. They really defended well. They kept South Africa at bay on a number of occasions when they were in their own 10-yard line, defending their try line superbly. So I'm sure they would want to do the same today. Dante gets the ball, evades the first. Not going to get past McConnell and Janssen. Tagged by Prinsloo. Conditions today not as hot as yesterday, and the wind is predicted to come up quite sharply in the afternoon. 3 o'clock we're expecting winds of 30 kilometers an hour. When you're as close to Table Mountain as we are, that is quite a breeze. Barry calling a 99 set. Coach Gilbert Modra, I heard from the side there, telling his defensive team to get tighter. Barry dances it up. Will Shepherd communicating nicely. Loud and clear and concise. Long pass, lots of air time there by Barry. Yep. Will Shepherd blows it as a forward knock on, sorry. Full set for South Africa now. 5 meters from their line. Janssen taking it up. McConnell to Harvey. Harvey to Boyens. Boyens, McConnell get going to Harvey. Harvey a switch to Stuart Barrow. GB defense resolute. Harvey with a kick through. Bit of pace there. Dale Barrow following. Ball out just before the 50-10. Umpire referee Shepherd was on the spot. Must be said he's suffering from a little bit of a congestion with all this air conditioning flying, etc., and coming to South Africa with the intense heat that we've had here in Cape Town for the last couple of days. But he's definitely working hard for the team here. Shots of forward. Kick forward by GB. Finds the touch line. Our touch judges again are our Zimbabwean friends that are down here to learn a little more about refereeing. This morning early, they had a session with our Team Pack software supplier that assists organizations like ourselves with data collection and monitoring and evaluation. Peterson's away. Has he got wheels? Yes, he looks like he's going to get away. And he's in the corner, opens the account for South Africa. An excellent interplay here by the South African team just in front of us on halfway line. Got a gap for Peterson. And he didn't need a second invitation to take a chance down the line and managed to get over the try line for the opening score. In discussions last night after the first day's tests, Janssen gets us underway. I'll carry on with that a little later. Popped up by GB, collected by a teammate. Holford is good on the tag. Not going anywhere. Closed down by Engelbrecht and Peterson there. South African defense getting up very quickly. Peterson, he's having a blinder. First 5 minutes, it's all been Zane Peterson in the zone. Kicks good. Collected. Excellent step there by the South African. GB ringing the changes. Taking their time to get into position. Steve Barry drifting across to midfield. JC Janssen takes a knock. Contact. Well, Shepherd explaining to Captain Coffee Sanders. Closing the gap was called. Engelbrecht makes the tag. Barry. Tagged by Prinsloo. Oh, a little cross kick. Dante's got it. Tagged by Saunders. Excellent tag, going the wrong way. Barry's dangerous in this position. Floats it across. Oh, the ball bounces. South Africa now take the chance to regroup, get fresh legs on. Ball's gone out. McConnell's collected. Eight on. Emil Boyens to roll the ball. The GB team defending very narrowly. South Africa didn't pick it up. If they'd popped it wide and used a little bit of ball speed, might have got away down the line. It wasn't to be. Harvey to Barrow. Stuart Barrow, brother of Dale Barrow. We've got a number of brother combinations in our South African setup. We had the Harvey twins playing in the 2015 World Cup in Brisbane. We then had the Barrow brothers playing in Coffs Harbour Tag World Cup. Harvey kicks it dead. And then in the mixed open team, we've got the Rogers brothers. So, and then in the GB side, we've got the Walker brother-sister combination. So, tag rugby, for those of you that have not played the game, it is definitely a family game. As we said yesterday, you can play in multiple divisions from ages 21 to 60 plus at the World Cup. And obviously in leagues around the world, you can play in any division you'd like. Harvey calls the man back, says, I've got your tag. In Afrikaans, that is. Walker tagged by Prinsloo. A lot of talking here as the teams organise their defence. McConnell drops the tag, the wind blows it away. We have asked the players, you will notice during the games, to stand on the tag when they've made the tag, as the wind's going to pick up quite considerably, as I said earlier, to 30 kilometres an hour a little bit later. So we just want to get them into the routine of standing on the tag or holding it and giving it to the opposition. Harvey, away. Is it a corner tag? It is a tag. No tag. Referee Shepherd is on the spot, awards the try, tends to the corner flag. While we're talking about corner flags, we must mention Herzliya High School and the Herzliya Schools group that have kindly allowed us to use this field. It's fantastic condition, close to Table Mountain Central, as our guests, Great Britain, are staying close by. So it's very well placed. Things going well for South Africa. We have a brilliant kickoff by Janssen, popped over the head of the British defender on the try line. And it's now a dropout from the centre of the field, GB to drop out, South Africa to receive. He's kicking a drop kick into the wind, keeps it low very sensibly. Boyens collects. Tries to get up ahead of steam, but no, he's caught on the 10-yard line. A net gain of 10 metres for South Africa from the kick after the try. South Africa leading 2-0. Saunders. Britain tries to cut inside, but he's tagged. So that's the second tag. Engelbrecht to Boyens. He looks for a gap. Everett. Back to Engelbrecht. Holford. They forget it going wide to Barrow. Britain knows. Umpire Shepherd is just going to check. The body was over the line, but we don't know if the ball was. Yeah, adjudged out. The South African bench very, very happy with that. Lost forward over the line is the call by our referee Shepherd. So it's a tap the ball on the 10 metre in the centre of the field for GB. Tag by Boyens and Janssen in midfield. Those of you that were tuned in before the start of the game would have seen the teams lining up, although traditionally we just do the national anthems at the beginning of their first game of the tournament. The teams decided that they would get together in the midfield, enjoy the view of the mountain. Saunders tagged, enjoy the view of the mountain, and then shake hands before the start of the game, which is a fantastic gesture. Yesterday we saw it done after the anthems, and then they got together after games and shook hands and had a little cheer. So fantastic camaraderie here, as happens in most rugby forms of rugby. That's above shoulder height by Engelbrecht. Unforced error he will not be happy with. Immediately subs himself. Regather his thoughts. Barrow makes the tag. South Africans defending very well in the midfield. 3 players coming up tight on the players as they advance. McConnell makes a tag on 10 metre. Harvey organising the troops. Engelbrecht for the switch. Barry takes a knock. It's going to take a lot to get Mr. Barry off this field. Yesterday took quite a heavy knock to his knee. Was off for a few minutes, iced it up and came right back. So it's a penalty to GB for closing the gap. GB advancing. Another late tag. South Africa going back 10. South Africa giving away a lot of penalties in this area. There we go, Coach Gilbert Modry calling for discipline from his troops from the sideline. Tag made by Barrow. Tagged by Prinsloo, or McConnell, sorry. Prinsloo missed the tag. McConnell had it before. Excellent, excellent use there, backing through the gap. Sean Harvey expressing his anger at himself there for not making the tag. GB on the board. The score currently is 2-1. With 5 minutes to play, our commentary team, excellent streaming facilities provided by Encode Pro. Long relationship with Tag Rugby here in South Africa, having Encode Pro, and it's fantastic to have them supplying us with their streaming services. All feedback that we got yesterday was the streaming was fantastic. Even through the challenges, should I say, of load shedding, we managed to keep the stream going, which was fantastic news for our viewers. Or 1,500 odd from all over the world. So knocked forward there by GB. Advantage blown by referee Shepherd. Peterson juggling. Tag called. Loopy pass by Philip. Oh, they intercept. Dante's away. Is he tagged? No, he's missed. Britain recovers well. Dante, I think, thought he was tagged and stopped, which gave Britain the chance to come back. Switch. Jan Punt makes the tag. Unbelievable effort by Punt. He was limping and hobbling off yesterday in absolute agony. Everyone thought he'd done his knee ligaments, but the tough fella that he is, he iced it up and he's back today. So long out. Very good pass out wide, 10 metres out. GB, Cummings, attacking the South African line. Walker passes straight into the 50-10 flag. So it's 10 metre in roll ball. Zane Peterson will roll the ball to Chad Phillip. South Africa ringing the changes, bringing on the fresh troops. Oh, that's an unforced error. Unforced error by Janssen. Possibly took his eyes off the ball for a second as the ball was passed to him by Harvey, resulting in the knock-on. Chance for GB. Very well weighted by Zane Peterson there. He was in position, but had to wait for the GB player to collect the ball before he could remove the tag. Barrow not letting or giving anything away, should I say. It's Walker. That looks backwards is the call. Walker again. Just taking his eye off the ball as Janssen did a few minutes ago. Not happy with himself. McConnell to Harvey. Harvey to Barrow. Dale Barrow. Not going anywhere. He's tagged. It's Harvey to Stuart Barrow. Offsides. McConnell takes early to Harvey. To Janssen, who kicks. GB are very happy with that. Not the strategy that should be followed when you've been given a penalty and you've got 6 pairs. And now Janssen gives away another penalty for pulling on the shorts. Coach Gilbert's going to have a word there. Oh. McConnell's away. Has he got the pace? No, he doesn't. He's tagged. Errors creeping into the game, and that's just because of the intensity that both teams are playing. They both want to leave nothing out there today. Boyan's got through. McConnell takes a quick tap. South Africa must be sensible here. It's under 2 minutes to go. And they've got a full set of 6. Boyens gets it. Boyens gets around his man. South Africa definitely going left. All the players loaded on the left-hand channel. Barrow closing the gap, says referee Shepherd. McConnell takes it quickly. Going to have a word here as referee Shepherd. No, he's not. I thought he was going to have a word with young McConnell there for getting a little excited. Dale Barrow not going anywhere. Couldn't get through that gap. Oh, there's a move on the go here, I think. Chad Phillip has come right across and is hugging the far touchline. Can the South African team get it to him? No. Boyens is tagged. Jan Punt is calling a move there. South Africans are communicating it down the line. Now half-time's called. What a fantastic exhibition at tag. Barring the few unforced errors, an excellent first half. And it's neck and neck again. In the last 3 outings, these teams played against each other. One in Ireland, I think New Zealand, sorry. GB won by 1 try. And then the two games yesterday, GB also came out victorious with 1 try, a lead in each. But at half-time, in this the 3rd test match of this series, South Africa are leading 2-1.
soccer needs a show. Okay. Then I just don't know like the new HDMIs and stuff on this thing. Like you said, waiting. Yeah, nice all of that. So check here. You're just gonna have. The scoring is similar, like next side.
Okay, we're back live. Second half about to begin. South Africa kicking into the wind. And Janssen kicks it too deep. Yesterday that might have ended up in the Maltino water storage facility with no wind. He kicked that so hard into the wind. But today it went out on the full, just by a metre or two. But GB will be happy to come to the centre and start with the tap. Janssen makes a tag, diving tag to his left. Barry sets it up. Almost a surrender there. Player has to be moving when the defender removes his tag, otherwise that's called surrender in tag, and then the opposition get the ball. McConnell taking the tag, but South Africa guilty of taking a late tag off stealing Barry's tag, which gives GB the opportunity to attack with a full set of 6 tags, 15 metres out from the SA line. Not getting away from Engelbrecht today. South Africa will not want to defend this 2-1 lead. They're going to be wanting to increase the lead. You can't really defend a 2-1 lead. You have to continue being positive. The GB coach getting very animated on the side there, appealing to the referee for something. I think he was feeling that there was a little bit of a short tugging. Tag 0, knocked on by Britain. If he was a half a foot taller, it might have been good night nurse as he ran down the try line. McConnell makes a tag there successfully. It's Barry. It's Walker. Happy to take the tag. Set it up again. Referee calls a halt in play. Sends Janssen up to be the marker. Barry's away. Doing a little jig. Gives himself some bit of space. Runs backwards. And tag made by Engelbrecht. Tag made by Saunders. South African defence looking solid. They want to keep it closed. No gap. Gaps offered to. Barry kicks it through. Yesterday the ball bounced kindly for him. He got 2 or 3 tries like that, but not today. It's SA ball. Referee Shepherd, Will Shepherd, sorry, has a word with McConnell, calling the GB team backwards and starts off play. McConnell, little tap to Harvey, to Punt. Punt takes it up. Doesn't get past Walker. Prinsloo. We'd like to see Prinsloo open, get his foot on the gas today, but not happening. GB very, very tight in the midfield. Every time Prinsloo gets it, he's nabbed after a few metres. Stuart Barrow lost his footing there, got tagged. Harvey, what's he got on? Oh, this could be trouble. This could be trouble. Tagged. Recovers well, Sean Harvey. Referee Will Shepherd is having a chat to the GB captain. Ten meters out. Tap and go. Barry the decoy runner. Walker almost through but doesn't get past Barrow. Stuart Barrow, that is. And that man, Steve Barry, through the gap, beating Jan Punt, who gets to his feet very gingerly. 2-all. Another tight affair this. This is the deciding game in the Test series. If South Africa win this game, they're still in it. GB desperately want to win today's game, this morning's game, should I say, or the first game of the day, as that will seal the series for them. South Africa need a win here to keep their hopes alive in the Test series. A draw will just mean the next game played between the two teams in an hour or two's time is even more important, or just as important. Tag called, rightly so. Punt was tagged just before he offloaded to Chad Phillip there on the line. Boyens takes it up. Holford to Harvey, signalling a move. Stuart Barrow nabbed. Tag must be taken from the correct spot, which is in front of the marker who has just removed your tag. You can't sneak it left or right. Harvey with a nice kick. Ball shepherded over the line by the GB player. Referee Shepherd blows his whistle to get the play underway again. Holford removes the tag. Punt makes the tag. Walker. Tagged. 50-10 by Walker. Is it a 50-10? Yes, it is. Much to the delight of the GB bench. So it's a tap and go. 50-10, new rule, tap and go. So the entire SA team has to be on the try line, GB on the 10-yard, and off we go. Tagged, not getting past Phillip or Engelbrecht. Communication is key here if you're defending on your line. Oh, you got to be closer than that. Try given. Simultaneous called by referee Shepherd. And GB are ahead for the first time in the game, 3-2. Straight into the hands of Peterson. He can get up ahead of steam. Will Shepherd discussing a ruling that he's about to make with the linesman Victor. Yep, closing the gap is the judged call, rightly so. Fantastic to give the young Zimbabwean visitors a chance, Victor and Tanaka, a chance to enjoy and witness this. GB very happy. Bad communication there by South Africa. Dale Barrow thinking his player was coming inside, or staying outside, should I say, passes the ball into touch. GB very happy with that result, must be said. Barry looks dangerous every time he gets the ball, it must be said. Dale Barrow pulling off the tag. Third tag made. South Africa defending. Barry. Oh, that looked like a move. Knocked forward. It's a reset. GB waiting the full 3 seconds before the dummy half plays the ball. Full set now for South Africa. They need to get out of this area. Can't score tries in your own 10 meters. So they're going to need to come up with a plan here to get through this resolute GB defense. Saunders to Barrow. Making 10 feet, I was about to say. Well picked up. Not the best pass by Saunders, but Engelbrecht, equal to the task, picks it up off his shoelaces. Knee down. Referee Shepherd on his toes. Nothing's going to get past him. Excellent. Show tag rugby. Little dummy kick. Holford's on it. Oh, great defense. Lovely effort by South Africa, but GB equal to the task. GB scrambling back. South Africa, can they take advantage? Philip. Tagged. Crossing called. Tagged by Harvey. Barry quickly gets it going again. Janssen takes the tag, or removes the tag, should I say. It's Walker. Walker with another 50-10 attempt. Marginal, very, very marginal. Referee's assistant, Victor, was on the spot. Stands a meter on the wrong side of the 50-10 for GB, but definitely on the correct side for South Africa, who will breathe a sigh of relief. GB's defense is superb. Not giving the South Africans, who have a bit of speed in their team, the opportunity. Here goes Prince Slur is one of those men blessed with a little bit of speed. Here's the other. McConnell with the left boot. Saunders, has he got it? Ball's still not out. Ball's still not out. Tag there. Excellent ground made by South Africa. Intent. Tag by Punt. Tag by Sparrow. By Stuart Barrow, not Sparrow. Stuart Barrow made the tag. Barry gets through. As I said earlier, every time he gets the ball, it looks dangerous. Prinsloo, using his pace, presents a tag nicely to the guy, the attacker he's just tagged. McConnell drops it to the ground. Wind's not blowing, so he puts it down. Looked to go to Barry, but decided to come the other way. Yep. Simultaneous tag, so when the player collects the ball, it's the next tag. It's Barry with a looping pass that looked forward. Forward pass is what Victor's calling. Yeah. Will Shepherd agrees. Six minutes left to play. South Africa need to be down the other end of the field if they want to save this series. McConnell to Punt. Punt takes it up. We don't want any silly kicks now to give away possession. South Africa have to keep possession. McConnell keeps it alive. Takes it up. Saunders shouting, take it up, Butty. for those of you that don't understand Afrikaans, means take it up 10. Take it up, my friend, sorry. Unlucky bounce there for the GB player. Is he caught with the touchline? No. Tag 1 called. Little tug of the pants there that I think the referee didn't see, but the tag is a good call. Yes, tag 2. GB picking up the pace now. They can sniff the victory here. Walker running at pace. Tagged by Britain. Recycled quickly by GB. To Barry. Walker to Barry. Combination who we've heard a lot about. Tagged in the middle by Barrow again. Stuart Barrow, that is. Walker. Walker throws a long pass. Dipping all the way. Difficult for the wing to trap it, and it goes into touch. Relief for South Africa. Another opportunity to get up to the other end. GB definitely want to keep South Africa in their side, in their half. That is for certain. Tagged. The moment's hesitation there by Saunders allowed the defender to get him. Dale Barrow takes it up. Janssen recycles. To Saunders. To Holford. Sorry, to Saunders. Janssen takes it up and gets tagged by Walker. Referee wanting it to be taken from the right place. Peterson. Tagged. He thought he was through. Not today, sir. Quick delivery to Harvey. Harvey to Engelbrecht. Got to get it down the line. Why? Shouldn't be kicking it away when South Africa be battling to get into this half. Nice tag by Peterson. South Africa need to defend here. Keep Britain pinned down in their half. Offside's called. So it's a penalty, GB. Barry says, I've done enough. He's going to take a breather. Engelbrecht makes the tag. Tagged by Britain. GB recycling. Lucky. Oh, that nasty blow to the head by Janssen. He's been in the wars. Yesterday took a blow to the head as well. We cannot falter the commitment of these players. Harvey taking the tag. Making the tag, should I say. Here we go for a kick. Watch the bounce. Klusman's got it. He's got pace. Has he got through? He hasn't got through. Penalty awarded offside. Right up here, says Will Shepherd. Obviously was playing advantage. South Africa didn't have any. Take it from the correct place, sir, says Mr. Shepherd. Klusman on the ball. Referee gets it going. Harvey. Harvey to Janssen. Janssen to Barrow. Holford on the switch. Back to Janssen. Back to Harvey. Engelbrecht gets it. It's going to come back this way to Janssen. To Holford. To Klusman. Little underarm pass to Barrow. Opportunity here for South Africa. Engelbrecht gets it going. Little show and go. Little tap and kick. Regathers. Referee Shepherd right on the spot. Nothing got away from referee Shepherd yet. He's had a good game. Called up at the last minute. Put on his togs, borrowed a shirt. Got given a cap and off he went. The show goes on. Engelbrecht tagged. Klusman to Harvey. To Barrow. To Holford, dancing his way through but couldn't get through. Harvey recycles. What's he done? He's been tagged. Harvey, South Africa would do well to slow it down, set up a move. It's away to Janssen. Wide to Klusman. GB player really excited that he got the tag. Throws it down. Klusman is on it. Long pass to Britain. Dances his way through, double tag, good defense. Frantic shots by the GB team. 1 minute to go, my team tell me here in the commentary box. Engelbrecht puts it through. That's going to be an interesting call. What's Will Shepherd going to say here? Time has been blown. Player got head injury. Bit of a debate going on there. 1 meter out from the GB line. Must be said they've defended this set very well. South Africa probing, pushing. Ball given to GB. Full set, says referee Shepherd. What's Walker going to do? He's going to try a step. Harvey's got him. Barry's on to marshal the troops in the dying seconds of the game. Tagged by Barrow. Dale Barrow this time. Ball's out. Forward pass called by everyone in the stands. The linesman agrees, and so does referee Shepherd. Forward pass. Player apologizes to his teammate. Final play called by referee Shepherd. South Africa got to do something here. GB shouting they only need one tag. Long pass. Frantic calls by South Africa to keep the ball alive. They don't want to get tagged here. Sanders kicks it. Final play. What are we going to do? GB just need to be tagged and it's game over. And the test series is won. Very, very well played. Yet another game. GB, South Africa, and it comes down to one try. Must be said, GB defended superbly, played well, came back from a 2-1 deficit to edge out South Africa 3-2. As the game started, so the game ends. Handshakes all round, high fives. Great camaraderie between these two teams. As one of the players from GB said before the game, it's fantastic to shake a hand before the game, give a high five, contest and have an excellent test match and do the same at the end of the game. Great camaraderie, great sportsmanship, and a fiercely contested game comes to an end with GB edging out South Africa in the men's open 3-2 to take an unassailable 3-test wins to 0 and clinching the inaugural GB South Africa test series. So they have won the mixed open and the men's open series, but a lot still to play for. South Africa certainly will come back in the final 2 test matches of the men's open today and try get themselves on the scoreboard. And we won't say compete because they are competing very well as it is, but they would want to end the series well with a victory or 2. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back shortly.
It doesn't matter, it's just nicer.
Okay, sure.
So when you finish talking, just turn around, you'll put off the sound and then you...
Brilliant.
Phone to you, something small.
No. We're all learning.
Nice camera. The wider is better. Okay guys, I'm not again. Oh, this side. This side. Darwin, they said that the wind's going to pick up at 3, so maybe if this shade is off, maybe just take it off from there. But it shouldn't take off, so you just now, what's the strap? Can't go higher than that. Yeah, so it's max. So it felt like it's going to go. Don't worry, this way. It isn't the camera, don't worry about it. The guy that's here can just stand here. Okay, so what do you take the table and the zero bar, take all the other stuff. Maybe put the gen in your car as well. Having the bucket is easier, right? The generator as well. Cool, guys, check it out.
7 the latest. It takes 38 minutes or so to get there. Well, mine's really quite close. Well, it takes 30 minutes for you on your side. It's probably about 38, 39. The thing is, he's going to have the equipment, so you can. Yeah.
Sit there and wake up first.
Yeah, I think you don't want to be caught. Look, the theory that the setup is quick. Myself, I did it in. How long is it? I just don't know how where you can get your car set up, carrying all the stuff. That's it. Okay. You got each other's numbers, eh? That's on that group. You'll get his number there.
It's as you come across the McDonald's.
I don't know. That's what I might be that one. So they got a rugby school plus they got a rugby field and a cricket field. So there's a clubhouse where you guys are school. Is it on? No, it doesn't. I'm gonna put off the camera sound, okay?
And we're about to see the kickoff of the mixed open. South Africa versus GB. The teams are gathering themselves in the middle for what has fast become a bit of a tradition, where the teams line up opposite one another and have a little walk past, wishing each other good luck for the game. A little fist pump, high five, and then fiercely contested test match, followed by a good handshake at the end. For those of you just joining us, the mixed open section was sorted and won by GB yesterday. They won all 3 of their games fairly comprehensively, setting up early big leads in the first half of each of their 3 games yesterday, which South Africa desperately tried to clamber back and try and get ahead, but not to be. This is a bit of a dead rubber, but lots of pride to play for here. South Africa will definitely want to finish strongly. Two test matches today against this mixed open team from Great Britain. Conditions, must be said, a little windier and cooler than yesterday, but don't be fooled. The South African and African sun is still pretty fierce, so players are going to have to hydrate. The ball's kicked deep by South Africa. GB getting through, but no, tagged nicely. My co-commentator will be joining me shortly. He's just getting some oxygen, operating at sea level in the heat. Kick through by GB. Lucky for South Africa, Shafiq Olkers didn't gather the tag and the GB player knocked on. So a roll the ball for South Africa. Galant, Meredith to Lutz. Lutz weaving her way through. Olkers now to Stoffels. Stoffels has a customary look up at the defense as he tries to jig his way through. It's a habit he has, the viewers, while you watch him, when he gets the ball, you will notice he does that. Here we go. Doesn't run that time, it's to Dick. Dick outside to Galant. Glassford tagged by Walker. Natasha Glassford, one of our UK-based players, plays in the UK leagues in London. Fierce competitor. Meredith down the line, spins past one, gets caught by the other, but has made a good 15 metres on that run. Well done, Adi Meredith. To Sarah Phillip, whose husband plays in the men's open team. She gets tagged. GB defending, making GB penalty. Away they go. Skips Walker. Roll the ball to GB. Taking it up, the ladies taking it up nicely. Good pass. 21 from GB, can't get through. Roll the ball. It's gone backwards, bounced forwards, and player falling on it. Little messy. Referee Harvey adjudges it ended forward. Tag made. Glassford to Stoffels. Short ball to Dick. Tag made. Glassford again to Stoffels. Now that I've told you about his signature look, he hasn't done it once yet. Walker didn't retreat 7, says referee Harvey. Glassford takes it up to Stoffels. There we go. There we go. Brought his chin up as he started going. I think it's to open the airway and get the lungs going. It's an interesting characteristic of his. Dick with a kick through. Chased by Olkers. Olkers makes the tag. Good ground made by South Africa. A different team playing here in the first 10 minutes to what we've seen in the last 3 games. Fantastic. Coach Jumant Loko definitely had a word or two. The WhatsApp group was a flutter last night, encouraging his players. They have grown in experience in the test matches that they've played yesterday. Coming back from huge deficits to, in theory, when Walker with a kick through, not far enough, Olkers gathers. This could be interesting. He's got a step, doesn't get away. Tag called by Ref Harvey. Olkers rolls, Glassford collects, Stoffels, Phillip. She's put a lot of hard work into her tag rugby, has Sarah. First introduced to tag rugby. Tag made just before the knock-on. Sarah Phillip introduced to tag rugby was when her husband made a tour to Ireland in 2018. Sat on the sideline next to me, and we chatted about tag rugby. And next thing, she's playing in the league, and now she's representing her country in the mixed open team with her husband playing in the men's open team. Chatting earlier about a family affair, tag, and it definitely is. There's a place for everyone to play. Phillip makes the tags. Kamaldin helping. He had a good games yesterday. Tagged very well, did Adam. Kamaldin again. He's at it. Berry doesn't get past him. Tag made by Phillip and Kamaldin. The combination. Barry does well. Barry does well, knee down, so it's a tag. Kamaldin to Abels, to Olkers. Meredith on the switch. Doesn't carry, went backwards. Oh, she's lost it. He has trouble. Olkers does well. GB. Tagged by Kamaldin. Tagged by Kamaldin. That's a name to remember for the future. Adam Kamaldin. In the present. Penalty contact. Ferry was sitting on the ground looking up at referee Harvey saying, what is going on here? Harvey said, calm down. I got it under control, Mr. Berry. And awards a penalty to GB. GB loading the right-hand side of their field as they go forward. Passes out. Another pass. Oh, here we go. Two-pointer. Yep. A very well-worked try by GB. Quickly through the hands. We saw this yesterday with the mixed team. They included their ladies in the play. One occasion yesterday, there were two men that could easily have scored the try. But quick triangle passes and lady was over to score the added point and get a two-pointer, which happens there. And GB take a 2-point lead, and we've had about 10 minutes of play. Correction, sorry, 6 minutes of play. It's kicked long. Ethan Rogers collects. He has trouble. One gets the feeling when the younger Rogers brother and Shafiq Olkers get it, anything can happen. Senior brother, senior partner, Sean, very much the thinker, the layer off, the strategist. Gets it to Lutz, making ground slowly, South Africa. Sean Rogers on it, to his brother Ethan, to Abels. Oh, sneaky move by Lutz. Kamaldin caught in possession by co-commentator and international debutante on the referee is joining me, looking fresh as a daisy, it must be said. Roll the ball for GB. Are you tracking your kilometers there, Will? Sterling job there. Sterling job, sir.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back, sat down in the shade after an impromptu test match debut.
Yeah, you did very well, must be said. GB kicking here. He's going to go for the 50-10. It beats Ethan Rogers. Yes, great play. Much to the jubilation of the entire GB squad, actually, not just the bench. Talking about your refereeing. Well done. Great debut.
There's certainly things I felt more prepared for in life than stepping up at short notice to ref an international with a cold. Couldn't get more English than turning up to Cape Town this beautiful weather and having a cold. But here we are.
If you can overcome that challenge, you can do anything. Don't limit yourself. Here we go, GB again. Try in the corner.
Yeah, lovely play through the hands there. Steve Barry found he hadn't been tagged, gave him the opportunity to get the ball over to De Jong, who's popped it over the top onto into the hands of Anna Tolmarsh, and she's taken a try with aplomb.
And a replica of the first try, actually. Exactly the same situation. And Lady getting in the corner, in our right-hand corner of the South African left-hand defence. South Africa make a few changes here. Has it gone 10?
Yeah, the short kick attempted there by Jade Walker.
That's a big error.
Yeah, that real shame. So, for those of you not so familiar with the new international rules, they haven't come into force yet in leagues in the UK. That'll happen at the start of the spring season. South Africa in that situation able to advance over the 10-metre line to play the ball, but unfortunately knocking it on as they did so there, which is why GB had possession when the ball didn't go 10.
Jetfa makes the tag. It's someone shouting no there. Oopsie. Lutz shoots up, misses the tag.
Mason Bertrand tagged just before she grounded the ball in the corner. She had a very strong day yesterday. We're looking to get back amongst the tries
tag
today.
By Lutz. Diving effort there, but Lutz mid-air whips the tag off.
Yeah, Russ Reed doing his best impression of a trained dolphin.
Again they do it. Again they do it.
Yeah, even simpler that time.
Yep.
Making it look relatively easy, GB. Just ball in and out of the hands all the way along the line. This time it's Kirsty Clark, who was celebrating her birthday yesterday, who's the beneficiary.
Happy birthday. Why didn't we get keeping it under wraps?
I thought at the end of the day, I didn't mention it was Kirsty's birthday when we were on the stream, and she scored a number of good tries yesterday. So
sorry, didn't
that's my fault that I didn't mention it.
South Africa trap it. Good tagging, good tagging. Jafta.
Bit of contact made, but play allowed to continue. Towerton with the tag.
Jafta to Philip. Tries to get through. Tries to sneak through the gap, but not going to happen there. Not that time. It's Rogers. Oh, a little tap. That's fantastic. He's got gas. Could this be a two-pointer? Barry's trying to cut him off and does so successfully.
Well, he might not have got the 2 pointers, but that is one of the tries of the test series so far. Beautiful little kick to himself from Rogers. That's the younger Rogers.
That's Ethan, yes.
Isn't it? So not suffering from a dislocated arm yesterday.
No, that's his brother.
But beautifully weighted kick, perfect bounce back into his hands. And then, as you said, Stuart just had the pace to get away from the defenders. And Barry did a good job to chase in and cut off the two.
Sneaky little touch there, blowing a kiss into the stand. I wonder if his girlfriend's hiding in the trees watching. Oh, no.
So Clark there showing how it's done in terms of picking the ball up before it's gone 10.
Absolutely.
GB will want to strike back at 6-1. The score now.
I was just saying, Will, while you were freshening up, the first 5 minutes of the game, South Africa, different team. They were competing. And then the next 5 obviously let it slip, and GB got in for these 3 two-pointers.
would you like me to go back in to the changing rooms?
No, I'm just saying that I think that there's been a little bit of a mindset shift here. Coach Duman Loko was clearly had a few words last night. Was on the WhatsApp group encouraging his troops, and I think that worked. There's a lot of positives to come out of yesterday's play for this team who are still learning. Been hit by our debutant yesterday and double try scorer, trying to make a couple of meters there. Dick with an interesting dummy gets tagged. It's Chadwin Smith on. We haven't seen much of him this game so far. Sarah?
No, you
Philip?
won't keep him quiet for too long.
No, I don't think so. Tags made. Oops. Sarah Phillips takes the ball on the head as she's bending down to put a tag down. Stoffels.
Just said that was over shoulder height, but was allowed to go. It'll be a GB roll ball in 10.
South Africa making a little bit of ground there. Five minutes to go. Dick shepherding makes the tag. Quick roll the ball. Meredith. Oh, tag called. Sorry. Booming voice of referee Harvey there shouting 2.
Yeah, unfortunate that for South Africa. Could have been a nice interception.
6-1 kick through. Stoffels. Watch that characteristic head back as he goes. No. Couldn't open up there.
Harkins not backwards there. Pleased to report he's suffering no ill effects from his head knock yesterday that he got himself full bandaged up for.
Apparently a little bit of banter from the teammates was he slept with his bandage headband on last night. He was so attached to it. But I'm glad to see he's well and managed to get the bandage off this morning. Tracked by both Stoffels and Meredith.
I wonder if that was because he didn't want to peel it off with the dry blood and was waiting to get into the shower this morning.
Sensible. Good wrap around there. Tag made by Dick.
Hawkett's just not quite able to slide through that gap as it closed. Picking up the bouncing ball is Roberts, getting it over to Grace Brown on this near side wing.
Tag call just before the pass was made. Oh, there's a gap in the middle right in front of the 2-point box.
Chadwin Smith did really well to track across there and not get drawn. Throwing himself over the line is Josh Roberts for the 1-point score. Moves GB to 7-1. Both teams taking the opportunity to ring the changes.
Yep.
After a set that had gone on for a few minutes. People in need of a bit of a breather and some rehydration.
Yeah, I think this afternoon the conditions are going to be quite different to those yesterday afternoon with the wind picking up here. Scheduled to get up to about 30 kilometers an hour. Disguises the heat and the effect of the sun. But it's going to get a little tricky later on, I think.
It's a good thing South Africa don't have Willie LaRue high balls at their disposal then.
Depending on the size, height of the ref. Yesterday they were trying the up and under, but didn't get away with it. But yeah, as long as they keep it below the shoulder, the little grubbers will work. Ball runs a little bit further when... Rogers. Sean Rogers Sr. getting tagged, making good meters there.
Yep, the family keeping South Africa in this one. No,
lovely
pass from Lutz.
Brilliant take. And it's
South Africa really going now.
Not getting past Walker is Kamald in. Taps him on the shoulder. Says, listen, I might have got a bit too much of your pants there, but I got your tag nonetheless. It's Olkers. Olkers out to Tyler. Gets tagged.
Yeah, good tag by Tolmarsh just to calm things down for GB. But this is the intensity South Africa needs to be playing at if they're going to come back in this one. The gap just closing there as he
Oh,
ran
Walker.
laterally across the field, and eventually tag 6 made, and it will be GB taking over just in front of their own goal line.
South Africa defence need to keep them up here.
Broadly on the short side.
Tagged by Meredith. Walker's on it. Kamaldin equal to the task. Captain Rogers is up.
Dancing feet of Russ Reed, not quite able to escape the defender there, who's actually caught in no man's land. And the 50-10 attempt from GB is just going to go to the left of the flag and over the goal line, so it will be a tap on the 10 to South Africa. Not sure GB were brought back 10 metres there.
Didn't look like it.
So a bit of advantage gained by them. Lutz to Rogers. Over now to the far side. Just spilt forwards, unfortunately, in that final pass. Otherwise, that would have been nice ground gains for South Africa, but instead it's GB back with possession. Time ticks away in this first half. Barry finds Towerton with a simultaneous tag, and she's in.
That tag.
Nope. Nearly in for,
both
for
Philip
a
and Rogers.
three-pointer.
Yeah, both Rogers, and that would have been a death knell if it had got that 3 points, that's for sure. Tag made by Kamaldin. Half-time called by Mr. Harvey.
So 7-1, the score after 20 minutes. And it's a shame that South Africa's promising opening 5 wasn't able to be sustained for the full length of the period.
Looking forward to the second half. This is when South Africa play.
Well, it's only a 6-point margin this time.
Correct.
And we have seen them score 6 or more in the second half a couple of times yesterday, while keeping GB to just the 1.
Yeah, beauty of the game is you're never out of the game. A couple of 2-pointers, a lady over for 3 in the bonus box, and before you know it, your 6-point deficit could be a 3 or 4 point lead. So always something to work for. Never give up. Obviously, at this level, we're not saying the players throw the towel in, but we know that they love to be competitive and always in with a chance. Those of you joining us today, we'll just give you a little bit of a recap on where we positioned, where we're playing this test match in relation to the city of Cape Town. So as we look at the field, if you look to your left, you'll see the Springbok gazebo there. Directly behind that, about 4 kilometers away, is, as the crow flies, is the Cape Town Stadium, where the Cape Town HSBC Sevens is going to be played actually starting this afternoon, and then tomorrow and Sunday. South African Blitzbok team, having done very well in Dubai, will coming to Cape Town to hopefully continue their good form. And the field is situated literally 100 meters from the slopes of that very, very famous natural landmark in South Africa, Table Mountain. It's the last piece of level land between the sea and the slopes of Table Mountain. The groundsman Gary Mellows from Herzliya High School was telling us yesterday that he created this field out of a slope, and they've got all sorts of things buried underneath this grass. But he's created an unbelievable sporting facility here with lovely change rooms, a kiosk, a nice level field, and unbelievably spectacular views. And you can't really see in the foreground in the distance. It's a bit hazy today because of the wind, but that's Table Bay, where the famous V&A waterfront is situated, the shopping mecca of South Africa, where visitors flock to in their droves to get some shopping while looking at Table Mountain. And to our right in the distance is Stellenbosch and the Helderberg Mountains. So this venue ideally situated for the inaugural test series between Great Britain and South Africa. And feedback from some of the visiting players is when they took a moment in the game after having not possibly performed to their utmost, dropped a ball, and they looked up at Table Mountain, they thought, well, life's not too bad. I'm playing at one of the most picturesque fields in the world. Looked up at Table Mountain and picked themselves up and continued. And continued they have. GB have been fantastic over the last 2 days, and we're about to have the kickoff of the second half here, the Mixed Open. GB leading 7-1.
Yeah, as you say, an extremely picturesque location to be playing tag. I assure you the photos put on Great Britain social media of the team before kickoff yesterday with Table Mountain as the backdrop were not photoshopped.
Absolutely not.
As overly perfect as it might have looked, that is genuinely the setting that these teams are lucky enough to play in.
Yeah, well, I couldn't have wished for a better opening day for a test series. The first test series on African soil as we had yesterday. Absolutely sensational.
So it's Bedford with the early carving run through the middle of the South African defence, making nice ground. And then got a little bit out of shape with the male players over on the left-hand side. Towton passes it out there to Barry. Bedford and Wilkes trying to link up, spilt backwards, and the tag removed when Wilkes didn't actually have the ball in hand, but play continues. Ampal puts in the kick, aiming for the 50-10, but this one isn't going to go towards the touchline. And our double try scorer from the final game yesterday.
Laika definitely growing in confidence with every minute spent on the field. She's, as I said yesterday, youngest player here by a number of years, but really relishing the opportunity given to her. Oh, Olkers, a lovely switch. Chadwin Smith, pass behind him. Had it been in the basket, he would have been away, I'm sure. Meredith twists and turns, but tagged.
Nice little pop over the top.
Sean Olkers.
Hands to the right, could have done it, but they managed to find a space through the middle.
Could this be a bonus box? Barry's chasing. He's over.
What a wonderful try from South Africa.
Don't forget the ball, sir. You've scored the try. You've got to take the ball back. That's the rule. There we go.
They're drawn the Great Britain defence over to South Africa's right-hand side, and then the little switch play through the gap in the middle, and no one was stopping him. He's headed straight to the box.
I was saying a little earlier, we just really haven't, or the South African teams haven't really allowed their pacey players the opportunities to run a strategy that they need to, I think, work on in using their assets a little better in terms of game management.
Yeah, as I was saying to you after that men's game, I thought South Africa were going to win or to draw that game on the final play if they'd managed to stay a bit deeper, drawn the Great Britain defenders out and created the gap as they did just a moment ago in the mixed game. Then they could have levelled things up as it was, put in the kick and GB able to defend it and see out the game. And is GB on the ball now with Ryan finding Jade Walker over to Nick de Jong. Gets some power into that run and finds Nadine Mason-Bertrand leaping up to catch it, dodges the first tag, caught in the second one. Pick and go from Jade Walker, but she is tagged by Chadwin Smith. And GB will play now to the left, slightly flat there, so Ryan has to go himself.
Jafta making a tag.
Hawkins.
Oh, that's a kick.
The kick played at by Glassford.
Early tag there.
So there's going to be a penalty. to Great Britain. Ryan
Wanting to-
urging his players to be calm.
Yeah.
Takes the tap.
Little skip.
Yeah. As we see from him so often when he's got time on the ball. And Hawkett's just thinking about
What was
her
happening
next job.
Exactly.
Instead of catching the ball, and it's South Africa now with the opportunity, just 10 from halfway and already tracking up towards the middle of the field. Glassford to Lutz.
Schafter. The switch. He's through.
Oh, wonderful
Oh,
play.
you got to back yourself there, surely.
Yeah. Maybe just an earlier carve to use his pace to get round Mason Bertrand would have worked.
Great tag on Smith there. GB bench very happy with that effort.
Yeah, I mean, a double tag there to save tries from Mason Bertrand. She's going to be really chuffed with that. But
Yeah,
it
he's
is Schafter through the
Schafter.
middle. And another box try for South Africa. And we
Wow.
said it at half-time.
Can you believe this?
They always have been coming back in the second half in this series. They've done it again. That's 4 unanswered points. And it moves them to 5 points. Just 2 behind GB now.
I think they got
Very
to
much in this game.
I think they got to get up earlier, have their pro neutral at 4:30. Get down here and get going a little earlier. Something wrong with the body rhythms, I'm sure.
Other breakfast cereals, I imagine, are available in South Africa.
Oh, yes. Dick contemplates a kick. Barry's positioned to receive it. Shouts, let it go.
Just short of the 50-10
Yeah.
off the restart for South Africa. That would have been a huge
Oh,
momentum boost if they had got the 50-10. And
absolutely.
after notching up two pointers, had the chance to add to it. But as it is, it'll be Kirsty Clark taking the roll ball for GB. The pick and go from Reed. Will he use Clark again? No, he goes himself.
Oh.
Nearly through the gap.
Younger Rogers, Ethan's onto it.
Crucial intervention there for South Africa. Still working this right-hand side, GB, through Kirsty Clark.
Tyler makes the tag. South African bench now getting vocal, getting behind their players.
Barry calling broadly into position, uses her, potentially looking to make himself an
Tag
option
made
again.
by, tag made by
Again
Dick.
broadly tagged. Walker to his sister. And the
Tag
nice
missed.
spin keeps him going just over halfway. 2 more tags in this set for GB. A kill goes to the boot early. And there's going to be a bit for the referee to make a decision on here.
Shaking his head, Mr. Harvey.
Yeah, it looked to me like Smith had knocked it backwards before contact was made on him by Akil.
Yeah.
Bit too keen to try and regain possession after the short kick was Akil.
Oh, that was an interesting take. Good skill.
Yeah,
and
really
a
good
little bit of a
skill.
jig there. Ethan Rogers.
Yeah, to slide low and pick that up. As it
Very, very good.
knocked backwards.
Tyler trying to go around the outside. Gets tagged to Philip. Philip to Ethan. Rogers. Evades the first tag. No, gets tagged. Good defensive work there, tracking back. Tyler picks it up to Lutz. Something's going to happen here. Looks to go.
Walker ensuring South Africa not able to gain ground on that one. A nice
well taken.
switch back inside. Chadwin Smith trying to hop away from the experienced Steve Barry.
Lutz. Oh.
And just moments after we were praising Rogers for his skills,
A little.
drop forwards there.
Yeah. Lutz unleashed a bit of a bullet there in his defence.
Yes.
I think she thought he was a little further away, but
Yeah, Walker knew the penalty was coming for the short ball. Grace Brown takes it quickly
Oh.
already over halfway. She's still going, in fact, and finds
and
Towerton,
I
makes
think
herself an option
another
again.
advantage going there. He's given an advantage, and it's a full set again.
Bedford's got 2 outsider. Runs across the kill, and then
Offside.
offside from
Oh,
South
dear.
Africa. So the error's compounded now.
They don't want
Barry
to.
standing on the spot.
They don't want to start making mistakes. They've worked so hard to get to this position now. 7-5 the score.
Barry tagged just before he can find Bedford.
11 and a
The
half
run
to
starting
go.
to build.
GB have been dangerous here for the last day and a half from this position in the mix. Good tag by Dick.
Really important for South Africa to see out this defensive set.
Absolutely.
Keep the momentum with them, having scored the last two. Barry to Bedford. Still going. Finds. No, she was tagged just before. And in the end, luckily for GB, as that ball was spilt forward. Looks left, goes right. Barry, Towerton very nearly through, but another tag made.
That's the fifth and last, I think.
Not up from the referee to signal it's the final tag.
Oh, that's a
As
traditional.
Reese Walker goes
look
to the
at
kick.
that.
And regathers for the score. First point of this second half for Great Britain.
As easy
Pushes
as
their
that.
lead out to 3
Yep.
and stops the rot.
GB will be very happy with that result.
Walker and his pod able to head to the sideline for a breather. It's going to be Towerton to take the restart for GB. Safely taken by South Africa and already checked
Rogers
the
to
entire
come
width
in.
of the field.
Philip.
Caught by Ampal. Rogers, Glassford outside him.
Yeah. Tag made.
The kick from Rogers, just over shoulder height. It would have been 6 inches short of the 50-10.
Just unlucky you weren't on the field there because it would have been a legal kick. You're a little bit taller than Mr. Harvey, I would think. I've got a warning. The referee heard me chirping him.
I'm pleased to report I didn't hear feedback on my refereeing when I was down on the pitch.
No, you were very good. Taking up the task.
Well, with Steve Barry playing middle for Great Britain, I did have to have cotton wool in my ears.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Otherwise, I would have been being told how to do
Everything.
the game the whole way through.
In the corner could be. Oh, great tag. Who's that? Laika making a great tag out there on the left wing.
It's fantastic on Clark. Real danger
Bit of a
player had she got through.
Bit of a hallelujah pass there to nobody. Tag
Walker
call.
diving on the ball.
Yep. Barry does his trademark, and is it going to bounce? Yes, it does. And it's a... Oh.
So, now this was one that we clarified this morning. Yesterday, simultaneous tags on a kick were being allowed to be played on. Under the rule book, it is a tag when the player that has been simultaneously tagged on their kick regathers the ball.
That is correct.
So Barry has to come back for that one. Clark diving for the corner. And a spectacular try.
She is
She's
elated
chuffed
with
with that.
that. Absolutely elated.
She will be very pleased, and certainly looking back at that one on the highlights reel. It's a nice memento to take home from South Africa, that. So 2 points there. We're back to a 5-point margin now. Great Britain 10, South Africa 5. So after 4 points to SA, it's then a further 3 to GB. And again, that comeback is a little harder for South Africa.
Oh, a mix-up there.
Complete confusion.
Absolute mix-up.
And the experience of Wilkes pouncing on it to find Jade Walker through the middle. South Africa having to scramble back into the fence now, and the line not really set, but it's caused GB some problems.
Yeah.
And in the end, it is South Africa that are able to come away with it. Good pressure. So that was Jafta, I believe.
Yeah, Jafta number 15 with a hat, yes. Philip taking it up. almost loses it. Does well to regather. Glassford now going to receive. She's going to take it up. Pops it to Bradford. Jafta, who gets tagged by that man Walker. Oh
no, a pass to no one. And Hawkett's perfectly in position to scoop up what South Africa didn't want. Harkins with the settle. Hawkett's picks and goes.
Oh, Galant.
Gains a nice bit of ground before that tag from Galant.
6 minutes to go. South Africa need to get down to the other end of the park. And there he is in.
That is exactly the opposite of what they needed. A try from Nick Wilkes.
Taking him some time to get on the scoreboard today. Yesterday he was on early.
Yes, he was. He didn't score in the men's game.
No, he didn't. I was looking out for that. But
sadly for Wilkes, that's his perfect record in this tournament gone. But still.
Not to say he hasn't put in a monumental effort.
Yes, tries in 6 out of the 7 matches he's played in so far. It's not a bad return.
Yeah, absolutely. Short kick. Goes the 10. Lutz gets away, but is tagged by Walker.
Yeah, beat Roberts before being tagged.
Jafta, little jig. What's he done? He's passed it inside to Smith, who gets caught.
Yeah, but nice quick roll from Smith. Just there a bit too quick on the pass from Lutz to Jafta.
Yeah.
Does manage to clear it up.
Lost 10 meters there, unfortunately.
Gained a good few of them back. Jafta with the kick. This could go for the 50-10.
This could work.
Lovely.
Oh, no.
Just sits up and allows Clark to get back. Clark. She runs along her try line. Needs to go back to the mark there. She certainly was tagged right on the line. Yeah. Not anywhere near as far out as she was hoping.
Jafta.
Towerton takes the roll. Walker managing to get the pass away before he was tagged. And Barry finds Roberts.
Lutz did make the tag. Like a thief in the night. Excellent tag.
GB will be happy just to slow this one down a little bit in front of their own line. Roberts stepping away from the defender, tagged by Smith.
Lutz scrambling back to get in the defensive line.
Broadly with a nice dart into centre field. Barry finds Walker, looks to make himself a supporting runner. Walker's kick taken in by South Africa.
Great tag by Walker.
Yeah, the tag before the pass.
Yeah, waiting for the receiver to pick up the ball. Abel's taking it quickly to Tyler, steps inside. Right in front of the Herzliya banner. Stoffels.
Not the first time we've seen Stoffels break through the first defender.
Smith.
Oh, so unfortunate as he spills it forwards into the waiting arms of Broadley. Great Britain breathe a sigh of relief. And Roberts
3 minutes
to get something happening.
3 minutes left in the game.
No options left for Towerton in the end, so steps back to her right. Barry finds Reed. Reed with the little jink kick.
Away from Abels.
Taken on the second attempt. Simultaneous there as Mason Bertrand passed from dummy half over to Broadley now. Smith, who tags her. And Powell back on the field and puts boot to ball straight away.
Being chased hard.
Smith.
Got it.
Wonderful pickup.
He's got to go. Is he away? No, he's not. He might have been better turning left and running across the try line there. But decided to go inside and got caught. But nevertheless, Phillip takes it up. Jafta. Oh, that's not Jafta. Apologies. Dick to Stoffels.
Still going.
Tagged.
He's really got to start backing himself when he goes past the defender. More often than not, he beats them on the first attempt.
It's almost like he's anticipating that someone's going to tag him, but he should actually just pin his ears back and run hell for leather.
Yeah. Walker picks up the bouncing ball, finds Ampao as GBD decide to work it back to the left-hand side.
trouble.
Reed with the
Yes,
opportunity
trouble.
for the 2-on-1.
Tag by Stoffel.
Oh, great defensive effort just after he looked so good in attack, Stoffels. Mason Bertrand will feed Ampao. Slow ball in the end.
I think we're
The
down
two
to
Walkers linking up.
potentially
over
down
to
to the last
Bedford.
minute. Yeah,
Tag made, centre field.
last minute.
Options both sides. Walker goes to the left through Ampao. The little kick. It's not really
It's
worked for
Smith
him.
away.
And it has worked for
Bit.
Smith. Taken
No one's
there
up.
by
Smith
Jade
could take
Walker.
it quickly.
Yeah, he's got to go
Oh,
back to
there's
the mark. Unfortunately, the wind had taken
Ampao,
that
yeah.
tag. Stoffels.
Smith. And Bar, good tag. You're going nowhere, Mr. Smith, he says. Stoffels to Dick. Tag made. I think this could be the last play for South Africa.
And they go for the kick. They
And
go for
yes,
the
is
50-10.
it? It is.
They get it.
Let's see. Could South Africa end with a three-pointer lady try in the bonus box? Time will tell. Ball left on the side of the field there. Meredith goes to collect.
So 11-5. That latest score from Nick Wilkes. South Africa with the opportunity.
Kamald in.
Ice!
Oh! Whips the
Gone
tag
for the
off,
dive.
and that's the game.
Yeah, Bedford, calm as you like. Just
Yeah, thanks for coming. Whips the tag off and seals the victory for GB. Final score here, Will, 11-5. Again, a second half from South Africa.
they really are the
Yeah.
Renaissance team. But unfortunately, once again, coming up just a little bit too short. And it's GB that wrap up their fourth victory in 4 tests in the mixed open category. Just one more match left for them today, which will be kicking off at 4 p.m. SAST, 2 p.m. GMT, for those of you following along back in the UK. We've got just over 10 minutes until the 4th test in the men's series. Great Britain sealing that one in the opening match of the day today. And what's great to see is after a really competitive day in the heat yesterday, both teams, both in the mixed and the men's, still really playing at a fantastic level. Great commitment shown. South Africa arguably drawing ever closer in each passing game. We'll look to see whether they can pick up their first win in the men's in just a few minutes' time. So the moonlighting of commentators turning their changing their hand at refereeing, trying to hand at refereeing, I should say, continues. I've sacked myself. I'm going to stay in the commentary box, and it's Stuart that's headed down to take charge of this fourth men's test. So you'll be hearing South African tones on the referee whistle, but I'm afraid you're stuck with my slightly particularly nasally British tones on commentary. This cold not helping with what I'm trying to get across to you on commentary. But I'll do my best. Feel I'm probably better equipped to be sitting and talking on commentary than I am running around a tag field. So it's Stuart that will be on the whistle. Not only the director of SA Tag, but also the chairman of the International Tag Federation, commentator extraordinaire, and now returning to the international pitch as a referee. There's not much that Mr. Mack, as they call him in these parts, can't do. We might even get to see him sink a cold one later on once the test series is done. It'll be a well-earned one after hosting South Africa's first ever test series. What a spectacular setting it has been for the 7 international matches we've had so far. 3 more to bring you today. 2 men's, starting with this one, and 1 more mixed. GB currently 7-0 with both series tied up. But this men's series has been particularly close. 3 points separates the teams over 3 tests so far. So no better an opportunity for South Africa to get their first international win over Great Britain than the next 40 minutes that we're going to be bringing you from Herzliya High School pitches in Cape Town, South Africa. McConnell just making clear what he wants from the GB players on this restart. Positioning himself a little more akin to a rugby union referee on the kickoff, and it's Reece Walker for Great Britain who are playing from right to left. And that's nicely controlled with the foot there by South Africa. Tag 1. And a half break from South Africa, but up to their 10-metre line. Now just over halfway. The kick coming in, but it's going to fall just short of the 50-10. So Great Britain will take possession after a short set from South Africa. Looking to play the territorial game. It's Wilkes at dummy half, finds Walker. Barry pointing exactly where he wants Alex Ryan to run. McConnell calling Ryan back to the mark. Second tag for GB as Wilkes looks to carve through the middle. The kick from Steve Barry itself short of the 50-10. So 2 short sets from both sides to open this 4th test match of the series. The men's tests have been far more lower scoring than the mixed. As we have a lovely break here from South Africa, just up over halfway. Again, I'm afraid I haven't been supplied with the team sheets for South Africa, so I don't have the names of all the players. Do my best to call out those that I do have, as it's McConnell at dummy half. Plays the ball over to the right-hand side. South Africa with space on the left, and they're working it well over to that far side. So nearly through the hands, and actually the tag from Harkins saved them there because it was spilt forwards over the touchline. Gives them another life here. McConnell in again at dummy half. That's McConnell the player, not McConnell the referee. And that kick just too heavy and bounces over the goal line. Relieves the pressure for GB. Promising attack from South Africa. Comes to a close. And it will be Ryan who's going to take the tap for the boys in blue and red. 10 metres out from his try line. Tracks over to the right-hand side. Wilkes, quick ball back to the left. Walker now, building up some pace. Little goose step before he reaches the line. And Barry with a couple of runners over to the left-hand side. O'Reilly takes it in himself, and it's Waters in at dummy half. Ball just held onto by Fox Edwards there. Tricky with the sun in his eyes, but he's done well. McDermott keeps it alive as well. Barry flicks it to no one in particular, but McDermott clears up, and GB onto halfway now. Walker goes for the kick. And once again, ball kicked out between the 2 10-metre markers, so it's South Africa who will take over. O'Reilly looking to steal a couple of metres for GB. McConnell, the referee, making sure that the mark is taken from the roll is taken from the correct place, and South Africa aren't shortchanged there. So a nice play over to the left-hand side, keeps the ball alive a little bit longer, gains a few more metres for South Africa. McConnell Jr. towards centre field now.
If you ask Bex, Bex is the one that's just named
McDermott now taking it up 10 metres short of halfway for Great Britain. De Jong fires it to the left. Fox Edwards not able to get through the defence there. McConnell calling the tag. Walker wasn't quite sure what was going on for a moment, but finds Ryan, reversed back to McDermott. 6 again called. Great Britain taking the opportunity. I think possibly a little bit of confusion with the whistle being blown each time on the tag as Ryan takes it up just short of halfway now. Make sure he is not involved in that next play. And with this men's game still in a bit of a stalemate, we're lucky enough to be joined by Great Britain mixed open captain for this tour, Charlotte Towerton. Charlotte, 4 wins from 4 tests so far for the mixed team. You must be pretty chuffed with that.
Yeah, brilliant. Never had a test series in South Africa, so couldn't have gone better for us so far. Trying to put on lots of moves and things we've been trying in training. And yeah, vibes in the team are really good and want to go 5 from 5. That's our aim.
Absolutely, and who would bet against you guys doing that with the way the performances have gone in the first 4 tests? A little bit more of a challenge, though, this series for you, in that it's not the mixed open team that's been playing through the whole of 2022. You've got a few players coming in from men's open, some from women's open, some from women's seniors. How have you dealt with that this week and ensured that the squad's gelled well?
Yeah, Steve Barry's been class in that respect. He's got everyone on the same page. Hopefully the women that have come across on women's have enjoyed it. They seem to be. It's been great actually, like learning from each other, like from both sides of the game. And yeah, mixed open boys are playing for men's open and vice versa. So it's been one big happy family. So far, so good.
I can report that the vibes when I've been around you guys, and then on the team WhatsApp group as well, have been fantastic. Everyone seems to really be enjoying their time in Cape Town. What are some of the highlights that you've been able to get up to as a team so far?
A lot of the boys have enjoyed the tide pools. Been getting some recovery in there. We went up Table Mountain yesterday. That was stunning. I know the boys also did some coaching the other day, which they loved. Yeah, we've just done lots of the tourist spots, like down on the waterfront, and yeah, the beaches are lush here. And just some nice training with in the sun when it's 30 degrees, and apparently it's freezing back home.
Yeah, I've heard it's very, very cold. Last one for you. Every tour team needs someone that really drives everyone forward, keeps the motivation up, keeps the spirits high. Who's been the top tourist so far from GB?
Always leads from the front. I think it has to be James Barron. You know, he's like shown his like how he's been vulnerable this tour and like really like express himself. So that's like allowed everyone else to do that as well. So I think yeah, we've seen a noon in great James Barron has come from him.
I would absolutely agree with that. To get to see James Barron's soft side it's been a wonderful thing, and hopefully it won't be just on this tour as we see Dante O'Reilly break away from the South African defence and go over and score. Not sure whether that try counts though if Dante's hat hasn't blown off and didn't really manage to get up to maximum velocity, but the point is given. And Charlotte, great to have you with us there for a few questions. As you say, seeing James Barron's soft side, probably one of the highlights for everyone in the GB singlet. Cheers, Charlotte. Good luck for the 5th test.
Thank you.
I mean, I said, he got me to say about the pack of giraffes comments, so I think it's fair. Yeah.
Don't tell him, I can just watch
Yeah. No worries, cheers. So, turning our attention back to the game. So we saw there while we were chatting to Charlotte that both teams are still incredibly evenly matched in this one. We went through a number of sets with gaps being probed, opportunities being created, but no tries being scored until the game breaker, Dante O'Reilly, as he's done so many times before, was able to cut through on that right-hand side and get the opening score in this one. And Dante, one of the GB players, perhaps a little better adjusted to the South African heat, to the local conditions, having moved himself down to South Africa following the British and Irish Cup in September. He's absolutely loving his time here. And why wouldn't you? So much to do. Wonderful lifestyle. Some of the most welcoming people on the planet. A nice little kick there from South Africa, but in the end, just heads over the try line before the touch line. And pressure off from GB as South Africa's attack was building nicely. They'll have the tap on the 10-metre line. Just over midway through this first half, about 9.5 minutes to go. As GB tear away from their own try line through the pace of Reese Walker. Play switch back to the left-hand side. It's whistles of the South African mixed team there, trying to attract attention from their teammates, not from Stuart McConnell, the man in the middle. Nice play from Josh Roberts as he takes the ball quickly from dummy half. O'Reilly playing in his preferred men's open role. I'm sure deep down he enjoyed his mixed cameo yesterday, despite what he says. And it's South Africa able to take possession after the penalty. Then penalty straight back to GB. Contact made. Walker isn't going to take it. He's going to be subbed off. Alex Ryan playing without a hat now. And a familiar little skip step before taking the ball into the line. Fox Edwards, always a fast accelerator, over to Roberts on the far side. Those of you who've been following British tag for a while will know there are strong claims to Roberts being the fastest player in GB tag. I think if we got a foot race going with some of the South Africans, he would have a battle on his hands to claim a podium place. As the ball spilt forwards by GB and South Africa are able to take over. Still just a single point scored in this game. McConnell just explaining the decision to Ryan. And it is Great Britain that will get to take over. Harkins rolls it back to Wilkes. Ryan. The goose step taking him ever higher. As Walker fakes to the left and finds Barry to his right. Not quite the numbers there, and the loop not fully communicated between Walker and Ryan. Walker does escape the marker, and possibly a late tag made on him as Sakil tries to dive for the try over the line. And McConnell's decision is that Sakil rolled that ball over the line, so the tag was made before the line as a result. GB firing it all the way over to the right-hand side. Fifth and final after Harkins caught just short of the line. No, this is now fifth and final. Sorry, McConnell's hand was up, so I thought he was signalling final on the previous one. The wide miss pass out to Akil, goes for the kick himself, but stopped by South Africa, and they will take over. And the penalty given to South Africa. Contact made. O'Reilly deemed to have been holding his position in defence with the attacker running into him, and now doing his best to float away like an ice dancer from the attentions of the defenders. And Walker finds O'Reilly again, not able to get through that time. South African defence holding firm. Barry finds Wilkes in for the box try. So after not scoring in the third test of the men's series, he does score in the fourth. South Africa not happy with that one. Not sure whether they are disappointed with the decision or just disappointed with the outcome. But either way, it's Wilkes with a two-pointer. Moves Great Britain to 3-0, which is a mammoth lead in the context of this series. The way it's been played so far, no match finishing with a margin bigger than 1 point. 4 minutes scored by McConnell. And the short kick from Ryan, and he hares after it himself. Wonderful commitment there, but South Africa dealing with it well. Ball shipped over to the right-hand side, and the early kick played up by GB and cleared up by De Jong. Wrong option in the end for South Africa. Gives possession and territory to Great Britain as McDermott darts back to this left-hand touchline. Call is for Ampal to receive. Oh, and he's found Ryan perfectly in midfield, and consecutive box tries, 2 and 2 minutes for Great Britain. Game breakers. 5-0 now. And all of a sudden, the South African men's team, looking at the kind of deficit that their mixed counterparts more familiar with facing. And they'll be disappointed with that. They've been in this game throughout. It's just 2 key moments that have suddenly taken it away from them. Crucial that they score next. They open the scoring in the first test of the day as Ampal goes for a sly little kick over to the right-hand side, waits it perfectly to bounce once in field. This is McConnell now on the left-hand side. And they decide to keep the play narrow to the ruck. Now over into midfield. Numbers if they go. Tagged just over halfway. And simple mistakes now just creeping into the South African game. Making this comeback job really hard for them. GB will take over in midfield. Through McDermott. Now Wilkes. The line flat to his left, options disappearing, and the surrender called against Wilkes. And then a double penalty against GB, not 10. Lovely little skip step. Waters equal to it on the far side. But still South Africa come. Definite contact made there. Deemed to be after the tag, so play allowed to continue. And a wonderful line. And an excellent score from South Africa. Narrows the gap. It's 5-2 now. South Africa need another of those. And they'll be right back in this one. Beautifully taken opportunity. They did have numbers further outside, but the gap was there to cross for the double points. "20 seconds left in this half, called by McConnell. Oh, a lovely restart. Really well taken, and he's still going up to the 10-metre line. Tag 1 of this set. There can only be 10 seconds left in it. Final play will be called shortly, but still South Africa keep it alive as they've numbers on the left-hand side. Tag made, and McConnell calls an end to this one. 5-2 the half-time score. The momentum with South Africa at the break after a double strike just 5 minutes ago from the British. Box tries from Wilkes and Ryan put Britain in a 5-0 lead. But 5-2, much more positive picture from South Africa. Just a shame they were not able to get a second try as time expired in the first period. So still an even contest, even if the scoreline not reflecting it as clearly as it has done in the 3 previous tests. We'll be bringing you the second half very shortly. So it's Great Britain on the ball first in this second half. And I'm pleased to be able to let you know that the score of that wonderful South African try, as GB's attempt at the 50-10 goes comfortably over Stewart's shoulder. It was accurate in terms of its final location, but too high. So South Africa with possession. Scorer of South Africa's fantastic try was their captain, Kyle Saunders, number 11. And a really good opportunity now for South Africa to continue with that momentum that they had towards the back end of the second half. Nice play there from South Africa, keeping the ball alive. Barrow finds Engelbrecht. All the way over to the right, and this is going to be a lovely try. From Prinsloo there, receiving the ball with just the tiniest bit of space on the right wing, twisting his hips to evade the defender, and then throwing himself like an orca through the air, diving over the try line. South Africa with consecutive scores now. It's 5-3. They are back in this one, which is just what we want. A close, competitive game between these two evenly matched sides, and Fox Edwards still able to go. Engelbrecht perhaps needing to focus on making the tag before appealing for a decision from the referee, and McDermott caught just short of halfway. Barry goes for the 50-10 and looks to have got the 50-10. So one of the things that was clarified this morning from the rules yesterday is that under the new international rules from the ITF, a 50-10 is restarted with a tap to the team that won it on the 10-metre line rather than a roll ball as used to be. And a tag made there by Barrow on Ryan. Fox Edwards spins round in front of McConnell. Walker not able to get through the gap, possibly a little bit of a hop, but Tabara not winning that call. The ball snatched out the air by Fox Edwards as O'Reilly came in on a hard line. Walker finds Ryan, who's looped back around him, and a bit of contact made there, but play continues. McDermott on the far side with a kill. Again, contact made. Tag 5, though. 5th and final for Great Britain. As the kill was caught short of the line. Walker fizzes the pass over to O'Reilly. Links up with Fox Edwards, who finds Roberts on the left. And the dive. And Stuart McConnell is just going to check this with his assistant referee. Try scored. Josh Roberts of East London with a wonderful effort there. But equally as important as his athletic dive with a quick hands from Walker, from Fox Edwards, from O'Reilly to get the ball out to him and give him that opportunity. South Africa did really well, though, to make it a challenge for Roberts. There were acres of space as the ball was getting over to him. They closed it down well. McConnell, good awareness there to pull his hand back and avoid the knock-on. Tag made by De Jong on Peterson. McConnell picks and goes and just avoids the tag, keeps the elbow just high enough to not be fending. And scooped up. There, the scrappy ball. Here goes Barrow. No one in front of him. Can he get to the box? Can he get to the line? No! It's Waters, the Yorkshireman, tracking over with fantastic stamina and speed to make the tag. Both of them taken off, and the spin there. Diving over the line was Everett, but tag made. Engelbrecht to Saunders. McConnell now. They'll work it back to the left-hand side, trying to keep this ball alive. Janssen finds Saunders, who goes for the kick. This is going to sit up for him beautifully. He has dived for the box at the same time as Wilkes dived for his tag, and he was adjudged to have got that just before the ball was grounded. Ball had bounced away after that, so Saunders has to go and collect it. Gives everyone a chance to just catch their breath a little bit. The mark a little bit closer to the line. McConnell, he's 4 outside him to the left. A lovely line run by Engelbrecht. He possibly looks to have winded himself as he's gone over there or twisted his knee. He's back up on his feet. And another score for South Africa. Takes them to 5-4. A single pointer, that one. Sorry, I was forgetting to add Josh Roberts' try to my mental maths. So the gap back to 2, 6-4 Great Britain. Yeah, the roll ball needs to be retaken there. Disagreement about where the mark was from the marker and the player playing it. Prinsley caught. Janssen to Harvey. A little kick. It's picked up by Wilkes, who's not happy with how he was tagged by Harvey. Nothing given to him there. Walker. The settle before being tagged by Peterson. Wilkes did well as that ball just held up a little bit in the air before getting to his hands, and he's gained a nice bit of ground. Harkins feeds Ampau. Playing in a soft peak cap, that's why he's allowed to have it pointing forwards and still going. Appealing for the surrender, the South Africans on the sideline. McConnell explaining why it wasn't as Walker puts in the kick and it's just outfoxed. Oh no, so unlucky that as it outfoxed Halford. And he's ended up knocking it forwards and into touch. So it's going to be a roll ball for Great Britain. O'Reilly taps it with no marker there. Peterson makes the first tag for South Africa. Ampau was on the decoy line, so was McDermott, and eventually Barry feeds it out to De Jong, and Roberts caught before he can get a brace. Back in field now, McDermott with the spin. And he's judged to have caused contact there, so South Africa take it quickly. And Peterson tagged before he gets away from Barry. Lovely step back inside, and still South Africa with the play alive. Peterson again. He's calling Britain onto his right-hand shoulder to try and run into that gap that Peterson had created. He wasn't quite able to do it, Britain, no. So South Africa tagged and shipping the ball over to the right-hand side. They're really good at keeping play alive the whole width of the pitch, and it's a lovely pass into the hands of Britain, and that will be 6 again for South Africa following the late tag in centre field. It's Harvey who takes the tap and then finds Janssen. Britain Akil, who was chuffed yesterday to have had a perfect record with his tagging. Made a number of crucial ones, didn't miss a single one, and he's continuing in that vein today. Again, ball very quickly taken from one side of the pitch to the other, and now being reversed by South Africa. Spilt forwards into the hands of Dante O'Reilly. Penalty given away by South Africa for the rep. GB being urged to play, not delay time. Tag made on Barry. McDermott. 10 short of halfway. And with 9 minutes left in the game, Ampau looks for the 50-10, but it's just not quite got the bounce. Curved away to the right-hand side and gives South Africa a tap on the 10. The dancing feet in midfield of Engelbrecht. McConnell to Engelbrecht, to Tabara. Back to the right-hand side. McConnell picking up the bouncing ball. Keeping it alive fantastically there. Real quick hands from the South Africans, and it's Munir Khan whose hands it ends up in. For GB got the tag. Engelbrecht, fantastic balance as he spins around there. His trailing leg proving to be a counterweight and keeping him upright. The up and over pass. And it is Khan. Wow. Well, he was off balance. He was through the defence. He knew he had to do his best to dive and get that ball inbound. Unfortunately, he was just out in touch, and it's Great Britain who were able to take over, having preserved that 2-point lead for the time being. 6-4 it remains. Ryan appealing that his tag was taken away from him by the defender. Collects it before rolling the ball. Wilkes through the gap and then puts in the kick. Sits up perfectly for him, but just not able to take it cleanly, and South Africa will want to play this quickly. Engelbrecht. And Taverner. And that ball bounces instead of finding South African hands over into touch. Fed back in quickly by GB coach James Barron as Reece Walker breaks through the middle here, and twice people have failed to tag him. Makes good ground for GB. Harkins with Waters on the right-hand side. The two Yorkshiremen not quite linking up. Going instead for the sensible option. They've tags remaining in this set and good field position, GB. Another score here would be really important for them, as Barry does manage to thread his hips through an impossibly small gap and score a solitary point. GB moving to a 7-4 lead. And Stuart was still on comms with me. He was saying that the wind was sure to pick up as the day went on. The Springbok tent to the left-hand side looks to be battling the wind, as do our various SA tag markers around the pitch. But it's not quite as breezy as it was in the latter stages yesterday, so the heat's still very high for the players. Even as the afternoon wears on. South Africa 3 points adrift now. But already up towards halfway through this set. Definite contact made there, and it's closing the gap from GB. South Africa take the quick tap. Fox Edwards makes a last-ditch attempt on his knees. South Africa still going here. It's going to be a wonderful try. And it's Boyens for South Africa.
Close enough.
Cheers. 4 minutes remaining in this one after Boyens score. 7-5. Controlled by Barry with his foot. South Africa will want to get GB through this attacking set as quickly as possible, force them into an early kick perhaps, give themselves the best opportunity to score the 2 points that they need to draw level. And if they can do that with time still on the clock, and there is that early kick from GB, and in the end just sits up before the try line, so South Africa not able to take advantage of a tap 10. Scrambling away from Josh Roberts there, who ended up pulling the shirt, and so South Africa with the penalty. Not quite through the gap. O'Reilly making a crucial tag for GB just as the momentum was really building for the South Africans. An early kick, and again, you wonder whether that was the right decision. Akil tries to dive in the ball, doesn't manage to gather it cleanly, but it is GB possession. And you do have to question that decision when South Africa were very much on the front foot. GB scrambling in defence to kick the ball away when you're 2 points behind and time is short. Fox Edwards picks that up off his bootlaces. Well fielded by Punt. A lovely line from Saunders, but the tag made just as he received the ball by Walker. Contact there. And the penalty given to Great Britain. You heard Stuart say that Alex Ryan had held his ground, and it was the South African that had caused the contact as he went through a gap that wasn't there. Crucial minutes for GB now to try and see out this game. Ryan shapes to kick and tries to join the defenders. O'Reilly not able to find Russ Reed for what would have been a game-sealing score. A 3-point margin would have been insurmountable for the South Africans. They are still in this. Typified by the spirit of McDonnell, and a bit of gamesmanship there from O'Reilly, dropping that tag off the pitch. Goes unpunished. And the interception for GB and contact made on Ryan. But the decision is that it was Ryan who caused that contact. GB being punished for dissent here as Engelbrecht spins through the middle, and he's still going. Waters eventually makes the tag. Oh, and he's through the middle. Is that a box score? 2-point score for South Africa. Draws them level. 7-7. In discipline from Great Britain. The contact penalty first of all, the dissent following that. Engelbrecht pouncing on it. And we are on final play with the scores level. Will GB do as England did in the Rugby Union against New Zealand and look to take the draw? They do. Harkins, I think Harkins was looking to get it away but was tagged before he could do so. The scoreboard on the far side now says 7-7. Did say 7-6, which would have suggested a GB win, but it was a 2-point score at the death there from South Africa. And so their best result of the series sees them pick up a draw. 4 test matches played between these two men's sides, and still just the 3 points that separates them. But at the end of the day, the match results will show that GB has won 3, tied up the series already. South Africa still to get their first win, but a draw is a result they can be very, very proud of, especially given how far down they were in this one. At one point it was 5-0 to Great Britain, remember, in that first half before South Africa turned things around. Got a crucial score just before the break. Scored another point after it. And although GB managed to get a couple of tries in this second period, South Africa were able to push their way through to get the draw. Great Britain will be disappointed ultimately with that one. They've known the whole way through they're up against some very, very tough opposition in this South African men's open side. But they will still have been looking to preserve that perfect winning record. And will have plenty to play for in the final test of the day, in the final test of this wonderful first ever series in South Africa. The men's test will kick off at 5 p.m. South African time, 3 p.m. in the UK. But before that, we will bring you the 5th and final test of the mixed category in about 15 minutes' time. We heard from Captain Charlotte Towerton of GB a little bit earlier. Her and her opposite number, Sean Rogers, will be leading their teams back onto the field. And the story of that series is that GB tends to storm into a strong early lead in the first half. That South Africa spend the second half trying to claw back in, but in 4 occasions so far have not managed to overcome the deficit that they faced after a difficult first period. So we'll see whether they can change the narrative in the final test in just under a quarter So just ready to get underway in this fifth and final test of the mixed series. And as has become tradition, the South African men's team forming a guard of honour for both countries to come onto the pitch. Just waiting for the GB mixed team to head on. As the table clock rolls over Table Mountain behind us. And the legend goes that when the tablecloth comes over, Van Hunks is up there smoking his pipe. The Devil's Peak in the Table Mountain range, so named because of his story that he'd gone up there smoking his pipe. He got onto a pipe smoking competition with another man who turned out to be the devil. And that's why he named Devil's Peak as it is. So the tablecloth very much coming over. Unfortunately, we can't bring you those pictures as it's behind us. It just adds to the aura of the location. GB led by Charlotte Towerton. Return to the field one last time in a mixed competition. And unfortunately, our rest stocks diminished ever further. So Stuart gamely stepping up to do a second match of the day. Captain Rogers chasing after this short kick and puts the pressure on Jade Walker to force the knock on. So it seemed, but not a judge that way. So Towerton able to take the ball up powerfully. That first receiver, Reese Walker finds his sister. Now Ryan Harkins still going, just grabbed by Gallant in the end. Rogers. Ryan. Walker plays this to the left to a brother who goes for the early kick once again. Contact made there between Olkers and Towerton, but not enough to begin the penalty play on through Lutz. And Rogers finds some space, finds Olkers all the way out to the far side. But possession coughed up by South Africa. It's GB take over. O'Connell just appealing for quiet from the sidelines. Not looking to buy decisions. And the penalty is given to GB. And a tag there. Kills knee touched the ground as he was passing it from dummy half. Ryan not able to slide past Rogers. Jade Walker. Harkins runs a little bit in front. Slight miscommunication there. Receives it himself to Ryan, another Yorkshireman. Put hands over to Harkins, who puts in the kick. The tag was simultaneous, and then the ball was knocked forwards by South Africa. Olkers chasing down Ryan and managing to get there. The penalty is given against Olkers for pulling the shorts. Ryan needing to get his shirt back in after his shorts have been pulled down a little bit. Walker, nearly throws the interception to Lutz. She's gutted about that, although in retrospect she may have have to run the length of the field as the kill picks and goes quickly, and we'll get the opening score in this one. Great Britain 1, South Africa 0. And that's tag for you. Just seconds ago, That ball could have ended up in the hands of Lutz with no one in front of her and the opportunity to score 3. Put South Africa into a tremendous early lead. As it is, the ball slipping just out of her grasp. And the result is 1 point to GB. Walker thumps this up the kill. Magic. And Philip just has to go back to where the actual mark is. As Rogers finds Stopples. Over now to Chadwin Smith. Not able to be caught. Good tag there from South Africa. Slowing down. GB possession. Hawkins takes the roll, Reed picks and goes on the blind side himself. Finds Barry, who flings the reverse over the shoulder pass to Alan Tolmarsh. Another one for the highlights reel. Another try for Tolmarsh. She's having a great series. Barry will be very pleased with the perception of that pass. Absolutely designed to look like he's throwing it back inside. Just delicately ending up to the touchline. And a 2-point score for Great Britain means it's them that lead 3-0. And the familiar story being written once again with an early lead for GB. Bit of an up and under there. Majette has done fantastically well to take that. Of course, on the restarts, just as with the dropouts from the goal line, the kick is allowed to go over shoulder height of the referee. Magic dealt with that hanging ball coming out of the sun really, really well, despite the onrushing GB defence. And in South Africa had the opportunity to attack here from midfield as Chadwin Smith finds Meredith. Ball shipped back in the field to Camelien. And then to Stoffels. Camelien darts backwards. That's played out by GB. So it will be 6 again for South Africa. Rogers tagged athletically by Nick de Jong, who goes for the Zaki kill celebration. The slam dunk. Drop spike. And Philip is through. Even she didn't believe it. She has ultimately run straight into Millie Mason-Bertrand. So surprised was she that she had made through the 2 closing defenders. Lost her balance a little bit when fighting into Mason-Bertrand, who not for the first time finds herself dumped to the ground. And also not for the first time straight back to her feet. Taking herself off the field. Checked out of South Africa, capitalise on a GB error with a 2-point score. And that is Adam Camelien who's managed to go over there. Ball bouncing around as it came out of the hands of Bedford. And darted into the box. Great Britain 3, South Africa 2. Clark encroaches on the 10 to pick that ball up, as she's now allowed to do. Penalty to Great Britain, taken quickly by Towerton. The pass goes in between Ampau and Harkins and is cleared up by Tolmarsh. Ampau finds Towerton, glue on her hands there. She managed to claw that one back in. Harkins tagged on the left. Towerton involved once again. Ampau to Ryan, who has to juggle the ball above his head. Eventually takes it in, but slows down the play until Africa able to make the tag. Wilkes finds Walker. She wasn't able to get Clark. Tag made beforehand. Infield to Ryan. And Powell comes back to the right. Wrap and Wilkes with a little kick. And there we go. He is over the line for a point for Great Britain. And in this 9th game of this inaugural Test Series in South Africa, Nick Wilkes scores in his 8th game. So 8 out of 9. Not quite a perfect record still in his grasp, but he could get 9 out of 10 if he scores in the final men's game. Just as the perfect record, 10-0, is out of reach for GB after the draw in the 4th men's test, the last game we saw on this pitch. But it's Great Britain now with 4-2 lead. Kicking down to South Africa, and it's Tala. Turns it up towards them on this left-hand touchline. Seafield, who takes it on. Now Lutz, Chadwin Smith with an option out to the right. As is Majitu, who's really grown into this game, really grown into this series as it's worn on. Shafiq Olkers not able to carve his way through there. Oh, sorry, that was I thought that was a 6 on Ricardo Lynx's shirt there. It's actually Ricardo Lynx. Able to carve through. And the kick from Jafta will go out about 14 metres inside the British half. Mason Bertrand readies herself to take the roll ball. Ryan playing dummy half. Hawkins back in the field. Has to take the roll ball from the mark though. Barry not able to get through there. Good defence from Seafield. Follows Ryan. Just tagged by Jafta. Harkins looks inside to Hawkins and outside to Mason Bertram. Continues up himself. Play just paused here by McConnell. Explain to the players exactly what he wants to see from the roll ball. Hawkins with a little chip kick through. Cleared up by Chadwin Smith. Doesn't matter, the tag had apparently already been made on Hawkins. No, just a penalty called. The late tag. A fake pump from Barry. Finds Hawkins flat next to him. Walker steps back inside. Gets it to about 9 metres from the South African line. A kill. Oh, and the deception with a switch line from Clark allows Akil to drift in front of the defenders. And roly-poly over the line for another point for GB. 5-2 now. A little back-spinning kick from Walker. Taken really well by Phillip, and she gained good ground as Glassford feeds Rogers. Over to Gallant on this left-hand side. Meredith. Puts it back inside to Dick. He receives it again from Rogers. Gallant. Rogers, the captain, links up with Glassford. Phillip. Not able to get through there. Play comes back to this left-hand side, and a kick put in, and Gallant after it. Just not able to clear it up, trying to keep his hands back so he didn't cause the knock on. In the end, the ball kicked dead, so GB will have a tap 10. Bedford, he takes it up first of all. And Powell with the fake back to Walker. And he's still going. Finds the other Walker. The ball's still alive out to Russ Reed, and he's got Mason Bertrand with him. Tagged in the end by Olkers. And Powell shits it a little bit wider rather than taking it on himself, and will now come in at dummy half to Jade Walker. She's Bedford with her. Goes herself. De Jong now under. Presents himself as another option, but Ampal steps back inside and is tagged by Rogers really well. There was a gap opening up, and Rogers not stuck a try-saving arm out. Bedford receives a thumping pass and isn't able to find Ampal, who kicks the loose ball on the floor as he's allowed to do. It looks like Reed might have spilt that one forward. Was playing advantage for the penalty, so play brought back despite Reed's knock on. And Great Britain, 5 tags left in the set, 10 metres left until they reach the try line. Barry, catch in the air, tag before shipping it out. Walker flings it inside to his sister. Her kick is fielded by South Africa, and Rogers comes away with it. Great hands from the South Africans down the left-hand touchline, and Meredith broke it away from Grace Brown. She's still going. Tag just 10 metres short. Superb play by the South Africans to put themselves in an excellent position here. Shifting the ball wonderfully over to the right-hand side. Oh, frustration there from Majitu, then kicks the ball away. As tempers get a little bit the better of her, she thinks she should have done better, and maybe moves from the mark early there. She needs to make sure she keeps her discipline after that error. You can see her looking round the side of the rock and going early there. Ryan tagged a few metres out from his own line, centre field. Broadley now takes it on. De Jong twists the hits, but not enough to get away from Meredith. Great Britain playing it away from their try line with just 3.5 minutes in this half. And Barry with another deceptive pass keeps the play alive until Wilkes is tagged just short of halfway. Olkers potentially advancing from the play the ball. Played up by South Africa. Broadly catches it. Be 6 again here for Great Britain. The game getting a little bit frantic in these closing stages of this first half, and that will be played out again. But it's South Africa who gab it through the hands of Glasswood now onto Rogers, so captain. 10 metres inside the British half. 3 points the gap at the moment. Olkers out to Majid. Phillip not able to get past Towerton. Rogers winds up the big pass, and in the end goes for the little one, and it's Campbell in. South Africa's last try scorer dives into the box again. He was tagged by Barry, however, so South Africa will have to keep trying, keep working away at this left-hand side. The tag made by Ryan on Abels. Final tag of the set, and it's dropped backwards by South Africa. Will this create some broken play that they can exploit? Lutz is suddenly hoping it will and looking for some. Over to Meredith, puts in the kick, but Just too much on it. Will run away from her over the try line. Great Britain see out another South African attacking wave. They weren't able to get out their own half last time. A couple of kicks that were played at by South Africa, and the second of which ended up surrendering possession. They're already just 10 metres short of halfway as Barry is tagged by Camel DM. The kick from Wilkes, short of the 50-10. South Africa, just a couple of minutes left in this one. They really want to get themselves on the scoreboard before the half-time break. Already though, this 3-point margin much closer than they have been in any of the 4 previous mixed tests this week. So progress being made. With their relentless drive for development, they will not be satisfied with just a 3-point margin. They want to get as close to level pegging as possible, knowing that they've won the second half and pretty much every test they've played so far. Lutz finds Rogers. Coming in. Final play of the half. Rogers, the captain, manages to get it to his brother Ethan. And Wilkes diving on the ball, knee to ground as he had the ball in hand. Counts as a tag and brings an end to this engrossing first half. As I say, much closer than we've seen in the 4 previous tests between these two sides. Great Britain 5, South Africa 2, and South Africa are on the attack, very much in the ascendancy toward the end of that first half. Am I getting some of these names wrong? I feel like I'm not pronouncing them. Is that Camel D or Camel D? Camel D. And then. Sorry?
Don't you go with Adam?
Just trying to do this.
Majid. Yeah, so the I. Oh, you want it?
Yeah.
So the IN is like an E. It's like a very quick E. Okay, makes sense. Yeah.
How's the SAP comparing to the usual opponents?
Sorry?
How are these teams comparing to the guys you usually play?
Still too loud.
Not too badly actually, because yes, Ireland's isn't very most, and we're pretty much as equal as you can be with them in recent years. So yeah, not too far behind.
Just a bit more time.
Dropped it enough.
More time and experience.
Yeah, more time. Thing is, like, Tag started in Australia, then New Zealand, then Ireland, then GB, then South Africa. So each nation's like a little bit behind the other in terms of development. And it just takes that bit of time to get there. But these performances have been fantastic. As compared to when we played South Africa before.
You play ladies as just 2 ladies teams?
Yeah. this mixed series. As Zaki Kill fields the kickoff for Great Britain. South Africa, as we were saying, towards the end of that first half, playing the stronger of these two teams, looking to narrow that 3-point deficit. An early score here will give them great confidence. Add that to the knowledge that they've been the better second half team throughout the mixed series so far, and we could be seeing the first green and gold win of the week. Akil, though, gallops over halfway right now. It's Great Britain looking strong. Tolmarsh at dummy half will feed Ampal narrow to the ruck. Wide pass then on to Walker, who looks for the 50-10, but the bounce of the ball is going to take that quite a long way from the touchline. So it will be tap 10 South Africa in their first opportunity with ball in hand to get a score on the board in this second half. Jafta with the tap. And involved again. Shipped all the way over to Meredith on the left-hand side. Oh, Stoffels allowed to play on. There was no one around him as he rolled over the ground, and he's evaded 3 defenders as he goes for the corner. A wonderful dive, both from Stoffels and from Ampal defensively, and Ampal has made the tag. Kept the score at 5-2 here. As South Africa now look to work it to the right. Wrong option there to go for the dive over the line. They needed to be getting the ball through the hands as they've done so well and exploiting the space on this right hand side. Jafta goes through the middle though and into the box. The opening score, and it's a 2-pointer. South Africa right back in this one. 5-4 the score in Great Britain's favour. But job done in terms of task number 1 on South Africa's list for this second half. Now the important thing is to continue playing with the positivity that they have been in their second half so far, to not get daunted by the fact that an historic win is within their grasp. Booming kick downfield. Walker catches it. If he left it, it probably would have gone dead, and tap halfway for GB, but they're going to play it now 10 metres out from their goal line. Barry to Broadley. Spins away from Lutz. Still going. Towerton. Powerful bust. Up midfield. Quick hands from Barry. Gets it back to Reese Walker. Nice spin pass. Lofted over to De Jong, who's tagged on that right-hand side. Just 10 metres short of halfway. Walker goes for the kick. Well inside his own half, but this might just bounce over. It was accurate for the 50-10, but just didn't have the legs in the end. Tag made by Walker. South Africa 15 out. A little bit tired after that chase back. You could see the passes were shoveled a bit lethargically across to the right-hand side. They now go to the left again. It's De Jong who makes the tag. A nice bit of shade over the pitch, which both sides will be very appreciative of. And not able to be taken in there by Dick. So Great Britain start off a set inside South African territory, looking to reassert control on this game. Tap taken by Towerton. So nearly through. Tag made by Seafield though. Ryan winds up and gets it out to Barry, who turns and staggers backwards over the try line and into the box for a 2-pointer. 7-4 Great Britain. just as their lead was diminished to a single point, they strike back and restore the 3-point margin. Ampau winds up for the restart with 3/4 of the half left. Akil places himself to collect it after it had gone 10. But it was well dealt with by South Africa as the sun returns to the pitch. The loop play and an early kick that is going to be short of a 50-10 by just a couple of meters. Hawkins tagged by Dick. Lutz missing the tag on Ryan. Lofted pass from Ampau. Harkins has to backtrack to position himself to collect it. Late tag made though. And Harkins will take it up towards halfway. One tag down and it's new set of 6. Hawkins to Ryan. Ampau with the fake to Bedford. Akil. Bedford finds the space, opens up in front of her, and then finds Akil. Well tagged, however, just as he made it over halfway. It could have been a very threatening play from GB, and a collision there at the ruck as Bedford picks and goes. The GB attacking line flat as they shape for the kick. Ampau in the end decides against it initially, then goes for the little chip to himself. He's still going, still not tagged. Out to Akil. Switches it back the other way. Ryan to Hawkins. So nearly a 2-point score for Great Britain. Whistle gone, however, before Hawkins had crossed the line. GB denied the score, but will have 6 tags and 10 meters. Harkins fed a bouncing ball and not much he could do there other than set for the play to begin further back. Bedford, the little kick. South Africa dealing with it well. That's Lynx not able to escape Bedford. South Africa now have reached their 10-meter line from in front of their try line. The tag just made by Bedford before the play broke down. Glassford goes for the kick. Akil dives on it before being tagged by Rogers. Bedford, as we've seen before in this game, running left and finding the space opening up to her right and managing to exploit it. Hawkins at dummy half feeds Barry. Rogers placing it to allow Barry to roll. The 2 Yorkshiremen of Ryan and Harkins leaking up. This will be 6 again after Glassford's hand was in there on the pass from Barry. Walker to Towerton. McDermott outsider. Tagged by Rogers. Still the South African line holds firm. Towerton. And the interception. And Rogers with space open in front of him. But Ryan tracking over spectacularly well, but he's not going to live with the pace of Rogers. And it is a wonderful try for South Africa. The younger of the Rogers brothers, Ethan, gets his name on the score sheet. The gap back down to 2. With about 10 minutes left in this half, just 2 points in it. Really important for South Africa to have got that try and avoided a double score from GB. O'Reilly back on for mixed. He obviously does enjoy it more than he says. Walker with a nice little kick to himself. Simultaneous tag though, so back to where he gathered it. Brown finds Broadley. Tagged in centre field. Barry, Jade Walker, Broadley. Involved again as Chadwin Smith snatches the tag. Penalty given away. Walker takes it quickly. No interest in hanging about. O'Reilly at dummy half. Feeds Reese. A step back to his right from Steve Barry. The scorer of Great Britain's last try. They work this right-hand side through Dante O'Reilly. Tagged wonderfully by Chadwin Smith. Rarely keeps his feet in the tag. Throws himself all over the place for the cause of his national team. As Glassford makes the tag on Reed before he can carve towards the bonus box. Reese Walker steps back inside, much to the disappointment of his sister Jade, who'd called for the ball. The big man, Dante O'Reilly, diving over the line, but to no avail. Tag already made on Jade Walker. Steve Barry. And Broadley over the line. Just able to deceive the defenders as she slid through that gap sideways. And of course, under the latest international rules, it is fine for the try scorer's knees to be down on the ground before the ball. That used not to be the case. But Broadley taking full advantage of the new rules and just throwing herself to the ground to secure the score. 2 more points to the GB cause. The lead back up to 4, 9-5 Great Britain. South Africa will be disappointed after they put themselves in such a strong position with the opening score of this half. Just 1 point behind. Closest they'd been in the second half. Real opportunity to win their first match of the week in either category. That dream looks to be fading now. The second 2-pointer of the half from Great Britain. The first, a bonus box score by Steve Barry. The second, that try by Anne Broadley, sees them lead 9-5. As Jade Walker drifts to the right. Eleanor Hawkins drifts to the right and then hands out to Clark. Another score for her. Pretty confident that Kirsty Clark has scored in each of her games for Mixed Open down here in Cape Town. Wonderful set of matches that she's had. As we mentioned, more normally involved with Great Britain Women's Seniors, where she's the assistant coach, as well as one of the key players in the side. Loving the opportunity to put on the GB jersey for Mixed this week. So 2 more points to GB, 11-5. Meredith disappointed she got a hand in there as well as a foot, knocking that ball forward. So GB, the opportunity to make it 3 scores in a row now. Broadley, then Clark, who's lining up to be next. Barry escapes Rogers, not quite. There's one man who will never give up the cause for South Africa. It is their captain, Sean Rogers. Incredible that he's still playing after the dislocated shoulder he sustained in game 1 yesterday. Would have thought it would have been a perfect opportunity, perfect excuse to spend the rest of the time in the shade watching some wonderful international tag before heading to the Cape Town Sevens tomorrow. But no, Sean Rogers dedicated to the cause, back on the pitch. As Barry finds Hawkins, who finds Reese Walker, throws himself over. Tag made, however, by Chadwin Smith, so often there to be the hero for the tag box. The ball out and into the hands of Grace Brown on the right-hand side. Successive scores in that corner. And 3 two-point female tries in a row for Great Britain. Really just hammered nails into the coffin. One after the other. And the slow music will start for South Africa. While Great Britain will head on to the wake and look forward to a Castle Lager. Chadwin Smith not able to dance around Ampau, who looks to have possibly had his foot stood on there. Seems to be in a bit of pain, definitely wanting to sub off. Been involved with the men's, of course, as well, down Ampau, so we'll be hoping to get another game under his belt. Philip managing to deal with that ball thrown directly ahead. Well. Oh, Shafiq Olkers just not able to claw that one in. And Great Britain looking to capitalise. But Clark caught by Olkers. Ryan to Barry. Kamaldeen making the tag. Consecutive tags now as he stops Bedford in her tracks. De Jong really wanted that one, but Meredith was not going to let him go anywhere. The kick from Barry, Ryan Herring after it. Will it sit up? Not quite. Just one bounce too many. Did then sit up for Smith after it had gone over the goal line. But the result is tap 10 to South Africa, who are now staring down an 8-point deficit and an ever diminishing clock. Clark gets a nice bounce. Cradles the ball into her arms as she runs towards the right-hand touchline. Not for the first time. Seeing a bit of over-eagerness from Lakia Majid. Moving early at the mark. But in the end, the penalty is given in centre field. And Broadley was tagged by Phillip, and the play moves to the right-hand side. A kill. Oh, he would have been away. He would have been away, but Walker was tagged before she got the ball over into his hands. So a kill with the long jog back. Ryan, not the best pass. Ends up bouncing into the hands of Towerton, who finds De Jong. Steps through the gap created by Towerton. But already it was being closed. GB having to work for every yard in this one, despite the scoreline. Phillip once again involved defensively. Walker to a kill. Broadley. Towerton with the kick. And possibly tripped, but accidentally. That's certainly the case. And a lovely run by Lynx, and he's still going. Oh, tagged by a kill and then by De Jong, and the kill with his traditional celebration now. Still has a perfect record on tags made, and it's Lynx who has to do what Akil did moments ago and go for that long run back after thinking he was through. Rogers puts in the kick. It's Fox de Jong. Alkes is going after it, but he tagged himself even if he had got to it. The ball goes dead. Just waiting for the decision from McConnell. Alkes has put his tag back on and found Meredith, but Tolmarsh there. And that is the end of this one. Kamaldeen throws his tags down in disappointment. He knows that fifth test was South Africa's best chance. Just 1 point down at the start of the second half when they opened the scoring. Ultimately, they weren't able to kick on from there, really. They scored just a solitary further point, while Great Britain notched up 8. 4 2-pointers. Steve Barry in the box and Anne Broadley, Kirsty Clark and Grace Brown scoring one after the other to bring this one to 13 points to 5 and ensure that Great Britain Mixed Open have a perfect 5-0 record in this inaugural test series in South Africa. They can be very chuffed with that one. But South Africa should not be too disheartened. And they've shown an incredible account of themselves in all 5 tests. This was the one where perhaps their first half outshone the second. In contrast to the opening 4 games, the key is just putting together 2 halves befitting of a single victorious game, and they will be there. Plenty to build on. It's been an absolute pleasure for the Great Britain Mixed Open team to have been hosted by South Africa for this series, as it has for the men's team, who, after winning their first 3 games, including the third test first thing this morning, or first thing today, then drew with South Africa, who'd put in a late comeback. They put in a late comeback to draw level and make it a 3-0 scoreline after 4 tests. It looks like I'm being signalled by Stuart to go down and ref this final test. So just see what the plan is. And in about 15 minutes, we will be bringing you the 5th men's test, the 10th game of the week here at Herzliya High School pitches in beautiful Cape Town, South Africa. tactics from Stewart. Kicking off 10 minutes early to make sure the GB players are still tired from the mix.
Just keen for it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then drew the last. I reckon you'll win this one. Our guys are old. Apart from Reese and Alex, they're old. So Stuart and I had a little conversation and decided that the fitter man of the two of us should ref the final game, and that certainly is Stuart McConnell. Not sure, even if I didn't have a cold, I'm not sure whether I'd be the fitter man out of the two of us. So I'll stay sitting here on commentary, and Stuart will be on the whistle as he gets Great Britain underway, and the kick went 10 metres before travelling over the touchline. So South Africa, through the younger McConnell, come away with it. And there was a hand in there from GB, but it was a hand knocking the ball backwards, so it's not 6 again for South Africa. As Engelbrecht is caught in midfield by Ryan, and a bit of a casual half-twisted roll from him before McDermott makes the tag. Saunders. And what could have been a very nice kick for Munir Khan to pick up on the right-hand touchline was instead fielded calmly by Dante O'Reilly as Steve Barry breaks through the middle here. A gallop as he looks to get away, but wonderful tag made by Barrow, tracking back athletically for South Africa, and the ball comes quickly though for GB. McDermott tagged by McConnell. And quick hands gets it out to Josh Roberts in the right-hand corner. Nick de Jong took a little bit of a bump after the pass, but he won't mind that when it ends up in a GB try, and the opening score of the game, 1-0 GB. Changes made after a successful first set from Great Britain. Akil jogging over to this near side, hoping to keep his perfect tagging record intact. Nice wave for the fans back home. He'll be pleased he was looking at the camera. It meant he won't have seen that the kick was put straight out on the full. So South Africa have a tap on halfway. They take it quickly. Interesting to see Sean Harvey back up and on his feet. He told Stuart he wasn't fit to ref that last mixed game, wanting to preserve himself for the men's game. And Barrow keeps the ball in his hand. Just a couple of exploratory hits up the middle from South Africa. And then an accidental collision meant the ball had gone loose. Luckily for South Africa, the tag already made. Harvey. Final tag of the set. Good position, South Africa, just in front of the box. So the penalty given to South Africa for the contact, closing the gap. And it's now worked over to the left-hand side, and Barrow, with his eyes on the ball, had no idea he was steam piling into Alex Ryan there. But anyway, the ball knocked forwards over the goal line by South Africa, and GB given a roll ball just a couple of metres out. Ampel finds Reed. McDermott Loops round behind the ruck to receive that one. Barry plays it quickly into the hands of Ampau. There's a slight touch on that. Not sure if it was picked up, but Harkins dances over the 10-metre line. Wasn't picked up. This is tag 4 by Great Britain. Final tag of the set as Barry's caught by Barrow. Oh no, sorry, by Barrow. I was right the first time. It's 2 Barrows, that's why I was getting myself confused. Dale and Stewart. It was Dale that made the tag on Barry. And in the end, the GB move comes to an end. And it's South Africa playing away from their own try line. Lovely pick up there from Boyens. Both sidelines very vocal. So they encourage their team and help them to spot things that the players on the field might not see. Waters is comfortable to let that one continue rolling. It goes over the try line, so tap 10 to GB. And they will make some changes. Ampau not able to get away from McConnell on the first tag. Barry with some space in front of him. South Africa, knowing he's always a threat to step back inside, not wanting to overcommit, and it allows Barry to steal a few more meters. And here he goes with a kick, and played out by South Africa, but cleared up at the back. So they are able to counter here as they ship the ball straight over to the left-hand side. Tag 1 made, halfway between the two 10-metre lines. McConnell picks up the bounce. Peterson caught. And the contact between Engelbrecht and O'Reilly there after the tag, so not penalised. The kick by Harvey, but cleared up by GB, and Harkins on the counter. His support runners shielded from him by the South African chasing pack. Barry caught in midfield. Wilkes just calmly walking the ball over to him before popping it to Walker. Goes on to Ryan and spilt forward by O'Reilly. Tricky pass to take. McConnell picks and goes from dummy half. And the deception allows South Africa to steal a few yards. Caught there before they can reach halfway. Barrow tagged by Walker. Nice pass from Janssen, but it was after the tag by Ampau. There's the captain, Saunders. The attempted interception by O'Reilly. It will be 6 again for South Africa. So it came forwards off the GB hand. There's Dale Barrow, tagged by Harkins. Janssen goes left. He's Peterson outside him. But Peterson caught by Roberts, the sole try scorer in this game so far. And Peterson managing to knock that ball backwards rather than giving away the knock on. Some cheering was coming from the South African mixed team tent. As South Africa nearly gets over the try line, but tagged just short. Barrow to Barrow, and the try is given. It was Stewart to Dale, and a 1-pointer for South Africa draws them level. I have a feeling the first quarter-final of the FIFA World Cup might be kicking off. I don't know whether that's what the mixed open team from South Africa were cheering about. As it has only kicked off, it can't have been a goal, surely, at this early stage from either Croatia or Brazil, and we hope you'll stick with tag rugby for now. I've been given some insider information that it was Coach Duma was caught in an ice bath dunking, thrown over him, as is the case with Super Bowl winning NFL coaches. But I think Duma probably will have preferred that a little bit more in December in Cape Town with the heat we've had than an NFL coach would in early February in North America. Fast hands, and it looks like the try has been given. It has. The GB players all stopping. I think they thought there was a forward pass in the build-up to that. But try given, and South Africa once again find themselves leading a match in the men's competition. They scored the opening try of the third test earlier on today. But it's what they can do with a lead that counts. On 3 occasions, they've lost by points. In the last game, they came back to draw. Can they build on a lead? Can they stretch it out? Mixed open have gone down 5-0. Can the men's make it 3-1? McConnell tags Barry and Powell with Wilkes outside him. Wilkes having to step back to catch that one comfortably. Puts in his trademark kick to himself, and it's not worked. And McConnell, the beneficiary, Harkins there to do a salvage job for GB. But still South Africa will come on this right-hand side. Their try scorer, Dale Barrow. McConnell steps one way, then the other. Away from Wilkes. The kick now from Boyens. But a little bit of a conversation between Barry and referee McConnell. McConnell just setting the standards he wants in terms of discipline and respect for the decisions he's making. The referee's word is always final. And it is McConnell Jr. standing over the ball. Saunders caught over on that left wing by De Jong. Lovely play from South Africa, but unfortunately Dale Barrow was tagged before he got it back to Boyens, who would have had the opportunity in front of the box. McConnell decides to go left. The pass wound up and then just popped off in the end. In the attempt to deceive the GB defenders, but they were wise to it, and spilt now by South Africa, and it will be a changeover. Great Britain holding out, making sure their deficit remains at the single point. And Powell caught by McConnell. Wilkes picks and goes. Himself not able to get away from McConnell. Barry caught by Barrow. Walker with the kick. Will it sit up for De Jong? No, it sits up for South Africa. Tagged by O'Reilly though before he gained too much ground. A second tag from O'Reilly. Still South Africa playing out from their own half. And very few options presented to McConnell. Quickly having to scramble to get an attacking line sorted as it ends up in the hands of Prinsloo on this near wing. Tagged by Reed. Flung out now to the left and a poor pass there. Just put South Africa on the back foot for a moment. Phillip, having watched his partner in the mixed competition, involved in the men's, and Roberts managing to escape the diving tag there and still going. Twists his way through before McConnell and Everett combine to make the tag on him. It's penalty to South Africa. Gap closed. No, it's not a penalty. McConnell now bringing the marker back in. So just a tag. Just making sure everyone's set before we play. Ryan not able to twist his hips through the line. Walker fizzes it out to Barry, who steps back inside. Finds Walker. Still the play alive for Great Britain. Over the top, bouncing into the arms of De Jong. He had a keel outside him. It was backwards off a green hand. De Jong diving on the ball, as he is allowed to. Attacking players allowed to dive on a loose ball that's not kicked. Walker flicks it out to De Jong. Tag made. Peterson, the man, to shut that play down. Barry picks, goes, twists. Peterson, unfortunately, not able to make the tag on this occasion. And Barry levels things up 2-2. You couldn't put a cigarette paper between these two teams over the course of the 4.5 tests they've played so far. It's great to see the same continuing in this final matchup between them. The clouds now encompassing most of the field around us, not just Table Mountain itself, which has disappeared from view behind us. Good job we got in the beauty shots yesterday. Peterson caught by Fox Edwards just as he was building up ahead of steam. Lovely hands there from South Africa, from Prinsloo. But punt was caught. So often when South Africa look to break away, tag is made by the receiving player. Great Britain not drawn into focusing only on the original ball carrier, but very aware of the threats either side of their shoulder and closing them down with tremendous efficiency. Walker with a bit of space and O'Reilly outside him. Now work it left again. Ryan winds up for the missed pass to Harkins. He's got Waters. Doesn't use him. Keeps play away from that touchline. Delight from the South African defence as they make that tag. O'Reilly has a kill. Kill in the end, receives the ball stationary. Didn't want to run into the defender. And so he's caught, and it's a changeover. South Africa not able to get away there through Philip. Half jump there from Lakoma. And he made sure his feet were back on the ground in time. And the kick just too high off the boot of Kloosman. So GB will take over. 3 meters inside the South African half. So it almost starts to get a little bit chilly here. Not quite as cold as the freezing temperatures back home in the UK. So no, we won't be getting much sympathy from viewers in London and Yorkshire and the other tag regions of the country. But certainly a welcome change from the heat that the players were facing yesterday and earlier on today as McDermott manages to keep his feet and throw himself over the line. The eager beneficiary of that pass from Fox Edwards, who just carved his way through the defence, keeping the ball alive. McDermott, as I say, staying on his feet before he launched himself over the whitewash and got a final point of this half. With the closing play, means the half-time score is Great Britain 3, South Africa 2.
We were just talking about the presentation afterwards. Have you guys got a set finish time that Stuart had booked you for? Or are we able to do like a post-match presentation on the pitch and stream it? Whether the mics will get down there.
You have the wireless mics and plug in.
Yeah, so I mean we could do it as close as it needs to be. Okay, great, cheers. minutes of historic tag in the books. Just 20 to go.
On this Great Britain tour to South Africa. .380 minutes of historic tag in the books. 20 left to go. This inaugural Great Britain tour of South Africa, the first test to take place on the African continent. Great Britain have won 8 of the 9 tests so far, with 1 draw, the previous game in this men's category. They lead 3-2 with 1 half remaining, and South Africa seeking what would be a ground-breaking, trail-blazing first win over GB Men's Open. That kick bouncing so high after the deflection, and Reece Walker is over for a box try to open the second half. And you can see how much that means to him, how much that means to the whole GB setup. Wonderful try. So often in tag, so often in all forms of rugby, the ball can take a funny bounce, an odd deflection, and you have to be there to capitalise on it, whether you're attack or defence. Reece Walker certainly was. South Africans doing their best to prevent him from going over, but he dealt with that high ball really, really well, threw himself into the box. Great Britain 5, South Africa 2. The last thing that South Africa needed to start off this final 20 minutes. McConnell does well with that ball. It ricochets off his chest, but hands right there to clear it up. Engelbrecht and O'Reilly come to blows. Play continues. Oh, the kick coming in from Boyens. Accidentally, I'm sure, aimed directly at Stewart's head. He took evasive action, but unfortunately not quite able to get fully out of the way. Anyway, had the presence of mind to give the correct call that a roll ball should take place from where the ball had hit him. And so it was Great Britain able to take over as Wilkes continues the attack up the field. And Barry tries his no-look over the shoulder flick. Nearly ends up in South African hands. But GB just keeping possession. Fox Edwards goes for the dive, tagged by Barrow just beforehand. Harkins with the diving pass. He will be relieved that he was also tagged by Tabara. Harkins to Reed, who belly flops over the line and connects with the corner flag as he does so. So try not given. Spent a little bit too long hanging in the air, did Reed, and try goes a begging for GB. South Africa 3 points behind, 60 metres away from the promised land of Great Britain's try line. But they are eating up those metres right now. There's the kick. Not played at by Great Britain. As Wilkes turned his body away. Well-timed pass and beautiful interplay here. Oh, excellent. It's going to be a box try for South Africa. Munir Khan and Jody Halford combining not once, Not twice, but 3 times. And it is Khan in the end who throws himself over the line. 2 points to start the half from GB. The strike back from South Africa. The 1 point margin restored. It is 5-4. One of the tries of the series, that. Just wonderful, spontaneous heads-up play between Khan and Holford. Great Britain will look to come up with a response. We're a little stunned with the way that try was scored, frantically trying to snatch tags as the ball swapped between Khan and Holford with unbelievable pace and accuracy. And that kick just short of the 50-10 from GB. So South Africa with another opportunity to play out from their own goal line. No. No. Well, was given to GB. Wilkes not able to get through that gap. Oh, and Wilkes with the reverse. He'd gone left. He went right past 2 defenders. And there is the response from GB. It's just a single point. 6-4 now the lead. Two points between them. Walker thumps it downfield. 50-10 was on. But Everett did well to ensure that he kept the ball in play. Nice handoff, and Engelbrecht is through. He should have backed himself. He looked towards his own try line for a moment. A kill again, once doesn't miss a tag. And Janssen nearly through, but tagged again by a kill. Celebrates each tag he makes as though he's scored the winning try. Engelbrecht decides the options left aren't good enough. Pops it back into the right. South Africa right on the GB line. Oh, no. Oh, no. Klusman, I believe that is, trying to gather the ball in as it was behind him, and he's popped it forwards over his own head. That would have been a levelling score. It would have been a 2-pointer in the box. McDermott urging Ryan to kick on and hit the gap that was slightly to the right of where he went. Walker caught. Fox Edwards picks and goes. 5 from halfway now, GB. Ryan. Walker with the kick. It's not going to go for a 50-10 unless we get a funny bounce, and we were doing it. But South Africa dealt with it. McDermott, fantastic chase to get there and make the tag on Everett. De Jong holding his ground at the mark. And Engelbrecht once again spins through. Such a dangerous runner at the line. And with an injury here, we're just going to pause for. Ryan knocked over, not for the first time in these test matches. Boyan claiming it's not his fault. Ryan, after taking a moment, able to get back up. The substitution made. Conversation between Walker and McConnell. The long and the short of it is it will be a tag for South Africa and they will continue play. Oh, and through goes Prinsloo. Single point. Wonderful play. Fed by Janssen. 6-5. There is no putting this South African men's team to bed. They will keep fighting every minute of the game. Every step of the way. Prinsloo the latest to cross. Harvey taking the restart. Scoops it up to South Africa's right. Well taken by Harkins. Ampau bounces it to Walker. Barry keeps it moving to the right. Wilkes injecting some pace. Tagged by Dale Barrow. O'Reilly to Barry, back to Wilkes. O'Reilly involved again. He was still moving forward, so the surrender call not given as South Africa were hoping for. Wilkes skips past Harvey, tagged by Barrow. Barry, Walker, the little kick. Easy enough to field for South Africa. McConnell moves it right to the short side. Janssen caught by Walker, who tracked back from marker. South Africa playing it into the centre field now through Boyens. The kick from Harvey. It's just going to stay in field and Roberts just gets away. Now he builds up some pace, gets around McConnell. Finds traffic though as he narrows in on halfway, nears in on halfway. Over the top from Walker. Wilkes finds O'Reilly outside him, who sprints down within 8 meters of the South African line. Calm heads will prevail now from either side as Barry and Ampau link up. Harkins and Waters to their left. It is almost Walker. Waters who's through. We've seen a few players the last few games. We've not seen anyone look shorts as the Boxers stay up. Penalty though to Great Britain for the short pull. Fairly undeniable when they end up around the ankles. 6 again. And GB 10 meters out. Oh, and Ampau's through. Simple as you like. Spoke to the players to his right as if he was planning a move there. Looked to his left as he started moving towards the line. But the try has not been confirmed. It is no try. South Africa playing this from their own 10-meter line now. Second tag. Still the score 6-5. Still the single point in it. Harkins with the tag. A little bit of confusion and Engelbrecht gets caught. The kick put in from Ever. Akil dives on it. Sorry, the kick was from Tabara, and a kill looks to have winded himself here as he's heroically dived on that ball. It will be Great Britain ball. And I'll be back in just a moment. Stuart just wanting to check that his clock was correct, his watch was correct, and we have 5 minutes remaining in this game. O'Reilly presents himself as an option, having rolled the ball. Crucial tag by Khan. Roberts could have been away for a score there. Peterson gets Wilkes. Walker looks for the 50-10. Oh, well taken by Halford on his tiptoes to avoid overbalancing. Engelbrecht caught by Ampau. Vital intervention. Peterson takes the tap for South Africa after they received the penalty. They near halfway to South Africans. Too much spin put on that ball though. Munir Khan in the end did well to pick it up. Engelbrecht works the blind side. O'Reilly doesn't want to get drawn in. And then after the pass, he does knock it forward. So South Africa get another set of 6 on halfway. Tabara finds Boyens. Ships it back to the left. Khan. Engelbrecht outside him. Not able to replicate the magic that he and Halford had put together towards the start of this second half. And O'Reilly diving athletically to catch that ball and regain possession for the British. Ampau making sure he's the man that's under there. Good ground gains. A simple first hit up. Wilkes tagged just short of halfway. Barry with the kick. Again looking for the 50-10. Again, Great Britain not able to find it. Goes dead. It's going to be tap 10. Two minutes left in this one. The step from Barrow. Not enough to get him away from Fox Edwards. Here's Stuart Barrow. No, sorry, it was Stuart first time, Dale the second time. McConnell involved again. Over to Peterson on the right wing. South Africa relieved that the tag was made before it was spilt forward. Flat pass there in midfield. And again to the wing. We're seeing a link up this time. It's between Dale Barrow and Mike Ebbott. Not quite as successful as the first one. Great Britain managing to get the tag. And that is spilt forward by Harvey. Although not called, and he's gone for the kick. Reed does well to defend that one. Huge dedication from Harvey to put in that kick and chase it himself to avoid the British counter. Pick and go from O'Reilly. McDermott on this near side. The kick from Walker. goes deep into South African territory, but short of the 10. Time ticking away. Again, a single point margin between these two teams. The 3 first games ended. Great Britain winning by a point. The 4th game was a draw, where Great Britain had a 1-point lead. Sorry, a 2-point lead as time ticked away. Fox Edwards is through. He's still going. And it will be the winning try for Great Britain. George Fox Edwards ices this one. 6-5 it was to Great Britain before he's broken through the line there. 2 South Africans chasing after him, not able to get a hand to his tags. Dives over in the left-hand corner. 7-5. And time has expired in this one, so we should be coming up to final play. Barry kicks off, knowing all GB needed to do was make one more tag. As it is, they've given South Africa 35 metres here and a penalty tap to try and draw this game. They must keep the ball alive. Harkins with the tag. Ends it for Great Britain. 7-5. The final score, and heartbreak for the South Africans on the field and for the mixed open team cheering them on, their friends and family here as well. An incredible effort across all 5 tests. Every single one could have been won by South Africa. The history books will show, though, a 4-0 scoreline to Great Britain. 4 wins and a draw to seal this series, and 9 wins from 10 tests overall over these 2 days between GB and South Africa. The first time a tag test series has ever taken place in South Africa, but it will certainly not be the last after the excitement and the action we have seen over these past 2 days. Do stay with us. We will very shortly be having the trophy presentation, when a player of the tournament will be announced from all 4 sides that were competing this weekend. And a really nice moment here as the British and South African men's teams gather themselves together after an incredibly hard-fought series. One that if you just looked at the final 4-0 scoreline, you would not know how tooth and nail it was. The fact that no team ever managed to lead by more than 3 points across 5 tests. That no match was won by more than 2. This is the biggest margin, 7-5, that Great Britain had in any of their 4 wins. And I can only imagine the words that are being shared between the 2 sides at the moment. But I am confident that they will be incredibly positive, incredibly supportive, and incredibly appreciative of the contest that each side has supplied the other over these 5 test matches. And a well-deserved round of applause from the players to themselves. And we'll shortly be congratulating the highest achieving 4 players across the sides, as well as handing out the trophy for this test series. The first one ever contested between Great Britain and South Africa, and one that we hope to see contested many more times in the years to come. Great Britain annually competes for the British and Irish Cup against Ireland, which this year on home ground they lost by the narrowest of margins. 3 categories each out of the 6 eligible were won by each nation. So it came down to games 1. If one Irish win had gone the other way, the 2 countries would have been level on games 1 as well, and it would have come down to points, where Great Britain would have edged it. However, by a solitary win, Ireland managed to claim the British and Irish Cup. So nice for Great Britain to have the opportunity to end the year on a more successful note, coming down here to play South Africa in stunning Cape Town, although you can't see much of it right now with the clouds that have settled in, having come down. The tablecloth has fallen down off Table Mountain. But alongside that annual British and Irish Cup, it is hoped that we can bring in a biannual series between Great Britain and South Africa. A rotating home and away one to sit alongside the BNI, the ITS, and of course the ITF Tag World Cup that we will be bringing to you next August from Limerick, Ireland, where both these 2 nations will be set on achieving their best ever results at a World Cup. The first Northern Hemisphere World Cup that will ever have been played. So a wonderful opportunity for Great Britain, not having to travel to the opposite side of the world to compete. For South Africa, there's not a huge amount of difference between going to Australia and New Zealand as there is coming to Ireland. However, the time zone is a lot closer, just a 2-hour difference. So with the developments they've made and avoiding jet lag, they will have their best chance at a World Cup next August. And the 2 teams now just getting together for a photo. They won't have Table Mountain in the background. They'll have a blanket of cloud. But they'll be able to look back on this with treasured memories about how the Test series was played out. Wonderful sportsmanship between both men's sides, just as we saw in the mixed. Wonderful hosting by Tag SA. And I'm joined once again by Director of South African Tag and Chairman of the International Tag Federation and International Refereeing Extraordinaire, as well as
who would have thought?
Co-commentator Stuart McConnell.
Unbelievable. I thought it was an honour to ref these 3 games this afternoon. Stepped in after you did, but it was good fun. And I'm really, really impressed in the spirit and the way the test matches were played. Fiercely competitive. Lots of banter and sportsmanship and gamesmanship, and really it was fantastic. I heard you saying, especially in the men's games, no margin greater than 2 tries. And these teams have played each other 6 times, and I don't think there's been a greater margin than 2. So it's a fantastic effort. I think a great idea and value and experience gained by both sides, not only the South African team, but also the GB team. Combinations tried, and really, really fantastic 2 days of very, very intense and high-level tag.
Absolutely. Obviously, the COVID pandemic had prevented Great Britain from playing any side other than Ireland over the last couple of years, except in the case of Great Britain mixed seniors, until South Africa were able to bring mixed senior, mixed open and men's open side to the ITS this summer. But to be able to contest a full series against the South African sides is it's been a privilege.
Yes.
And one that I know all the players have really enjoyed, and great that they've come out here and been truly challenged and made to work for their victories, and made to work in every single game.
Yeah, and all credit to the GB players. I mean, they've worked exceptionally hard. They've played 10 test matches, some of them, in 2 days. Well, actually 1.5 days in some really intense conditions. 30 degrees plus when they've been used to the English winter. There goes the champagne, and rightly so.
O'Reilly just giving it a short spray before making sure he gets a good gulp.
Don't waste good champagne, they say. I think we're just going to have a slight break as we get the teams over. We're going to do the trophy presentation, then we're going to have a traditional South African barbecue with some lovely South African desserts. And I'm going to sign off by saying thanks to all of you that have watched the streaming. We hope you've enjoyed it as much from your dining rooms or work desks, on your laptops or whatever device you've streamed on. And as much as we've enjoyed it here, it's been a thoroughly enjoyable 2 days. And we look forward to seeing tag played at the International Federation World Cup in Ireland. Watch out on social media. There's lots happening, lots of interesting developments, and videos will be shared in the coming months. So from me, Stuart McConnell, I wish you all the very, very best.
Okay, and then I just plug that into. They need neither them on. Okay, I'll plug the Boya receiver in now. Okay, into the box.
Alex, have you got the tag tablecloth? Yes, of course.
Yeah, so
No, don't worry, we'll get them to bring it across. How far must I be behind it? I'll be in front of that Herzliya banner.
yeah. And now I grab the other one that he holds and I plug the mic into there. Yeah. Okay, let me just sort this out. Okay. Okay. Cool. Can you pass me one of those mics quickly, please? Yeah, just plug out the thing below, and then does this. Good, yeah.
Test. Test. Test.
so loadshedding.
Ja. Ons maar die Jenny is. Hoe laat maak dit klaar? 6 o'clock.
6 uur, 4 uur afgegaan.
Wat hoe laat is dit nou?
Dat is nou 8 minuten voor.
Ja, hy gaan ons so net so.
Ik wacht maar zo. Dan moet ons zeker terug op die krant gaan. Ik weet niet hoe Peter ons gaan gaan.
Hoe kan doen? Sit hom af so laat. O nee, jy's op besig. Stu. Ja, maar dit is een school eruit. Als het in de zo, school eruit. Later. They're gonna get that and the
Quick. Okay. Yes. No.
Lorica Lewis.
Lorica Lewis. Okay. Testing. Are we good to go? Do you want to just get them quiet and then so I don't shout into the streaming? Have you got, oh, wait. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of a fantastic inaugural tag series between Great Britain and South Africa, and I just can see from the way the games were played, fantastic friendships were made, and that's what this game's all about. Competitive on the field, before the game, shake hands, get on with it. After the game, shake hands and get on with it. And I think the games were played in fantastic spirit. So congratulations to you all. Give yourselves a round of applause. Well done. Just a few thank yous before we get into the awards. It's going to be short and sweet. Firstly, to Herzliya School for allowing us to play in arguably the most picturesque, or on the most picturesque tag rugby field in the world. One of the GB players was telling me after a game that he made a few mistakes, looked up at the mountain and thought, this is fantastic, and got on with the game. So really, thanks to Herzliya, really, it was a fantastic 2 days. Thanks to GB coming out, enjoying our sunshine, teaching us a bit of a lesson on the field, which were good lessons to learn, I think. But at the end, I think we all agree, a fantastic experience for everybody. So thank you again. To Mariska, Lurtz, and the Lurtz family, I cannot say thank you enough. To mom and dad, you've raised a fantastic daughter. She's hard work, she's bossy, but she does get stuff done. And Mariska came to us just before the World Cup in 2015, got involved, took over, and has taken over and run things and been a great help to me for many, many years. So Mariska and the Lutz family, again, thank you so much appreciated. They've donated the food that we're going to enjoy afterwards. So it doesn't stop there. They've sponsored our team. Mariska's dad, Premier Poultry, has sponsored our team. So thank you very much for that. And also sponsored the unique trophies that you are going to enjoy. The players of the series will enjoy for many years to come. It's a working trophy. So you plug it in, charge it, it changes color. It's absolutely phenomenal. Okay, so it was worth the trip to those that win it. Other sponsors we need to thank quickly: Action IT, Oxbow, and HSBC, who have been fantastic sponsors of TAG for many years. GB players enjoyed a lovely clinic hosted by HSBC, funded by HSBC, which was absolutely awesome. I think it's those sort of clinics are life-changing, not just for the kids that are participating, but for us that are involved, and see how sport can influence lives. Some of you GB players don't understand the hardship that these kids go through. One school had to get a police escort to come to the clinic. There was gang violence in their area. They were desperate to come and play tag rugby. They phoned up the local police station and they got an escort to and from the event. So that's what sport does. It changes lives and gives opportunities. Opportunities to players in our team that may or may not ever have wished to play for South Africa, but a day ago was singing the national anthem on the slopes of Table Mountain. So sport has the power to unite and give opportunities where nothing else has. So please remember, you are always ambassadors. Ambassadors for yourselves, for your families, and for the game that we all enjoy. So thank you to you all. I think those are the thank yous done. I'm going to hand over to Will, who's going to say a few words, and then we'll get on with the players of the series and hand over the trophy.
I'll just add a couple of quick thank yous and not take too long on this, because I know everyone is really looking forward to the incredible food that we're about to enjoy, as well as sinking a few cold ones. But I do want to say thank you to Stuart and to everyone at SA Tag for hosting us this week and for all the work that you put in the run up to it. It's been an absolute pleasure to come out here, and I know it's been a week that everyone here will remember for a long, long time to come. So thank you to Stuart and to SA Tag. A massive thank you to every single South African player and to your coaches as well, because we know that in the tag world, different countries are at different stages of their development, and it could have been a case that we came out here and didn't necessarily have much of a contest, and just kind of more enjoyed the off-field side of things. But as it was, every single one of those games was an incredible contest. South Africa, you guys really stepped up this week, and it's been amazing to watch. I know the GB players have found it amazing to play in, and we cannot wait to make this a more permanent fixture in the tag calendar, and hopefully to face you guys at the World Cup next August in Limerick. So a huge well done to all of you. A last quick thank you from me before we move on to the players of the tournament. Just want to say thank you to all of you within the GB setup that have stepped up in one way or another to help organise things for this trip, whether it's been coordinating people's flights, whether it's been sorting out the Airbnbs, hiring cars, driving people around, coming up with social activities to do, motivating people to get up various mountains and hills around the city, or ensuring that people remember to stay hydrated. Every role that you played is absolutely key. So thank you to everyone. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Moving on to the players of the tournament. These were voted for by the players within the GB team for our R2. We're going to start off with the men's player of the tournament. I'm dead chuffed that this guy won, because I know that men's isn't always his favourite form of the game. He came here having spent more of his time with another of the GB teams this last couple of years, but he had an absolutely incredible couple of days. I'm fairly certain he didn't miss a single tag, and we know that because every time he made a tag, he threw it into the ground in a way that would have made Rob Gronkowski blush. Zaki Kill, you are the men's Open player of the tournament. Okay, and moving on to the mixed open player of the tournament. Obviously, it goes without saying that she had an incredible tournament. Otherwise, she wouldn't be winning this award. But she was immense both in attack and defence. And I particularly enjoyed the fact that pretty much every try she scored, she took the opportunity to do a somersault over the line as she did it. She wouldn't want to leave the flare off the pitch. But she's also had an interesting week off the pitch, because yesterday it was her birthday. Please give a massive congratulations and a happy birthday to Kirsty Clark. Yeah, that's me. Are you sure? Yeah, I'll give you. You can have the trophy to the winners.
Okay, we move on to the South African team. We'll start off with a mixed open team, and their player of the series is Ethan Rogers. Just for the record, you are the better Rogers. Smile at the camera. And then the men's open player of the tournament for South Africa, Ewan Engelbrecht. Well done, well done, well done, you. Really well played. And then a tournament like this can't be played without some important people. Referees, sort of quite an important asset, but off the field, the physio, who takes the abuse of the player that thinks they're injured, that does the strapping. And the latest addition to our South African setup, Loreka Lewis, will you come down and get some flowers? Thank you very much. And do you want to, will you hand them on? Thank you very much. You see what I've just done? She can't pull out now because she's going to feel guilty. So you will be seeing her at the World Cup in 2023. And then finally, thank you very much. Finally, before I hand over to Will to hand over the trophy to the winning teams, Will sort of stole my thunder. I need to thank 3 important people that have ensured that our teams are here and have been competitive. And Will alluded to them. It's a thankless job. It's a job that you don't get paid for. It's a job that sometimes you think, why the heck am I doing it? Gilbert Modrai, could you be upstanding? Coach Duma. And then finally, someone who's trying to emulate Mariska. She's hell of a bossy and keeps me in line. Bex, thank you for your hard work. And then I'd like to call on the captains of the GB mixed team and the GB men's team to receive this trophy, which is a floating trophy, and hopefully when we come and visit you in GB in a couple of years' time, we'll be taking this back. So can you come up, please, the both of you? Nick, thank you. Well done, well done. Let's just get a photo. Well done, very well played there. And I was disappointed you scored a try in every game except for one. Oh, really? Yes. Well done, well done. Yeah. That's going to be the end of proceedings. If we can just, in an orderly fashion, make our way into the clubhouse. The Lutz family have prepared us a lovely meal, so please enjoy it. We can just mingle here socially, and then once you're done, you're free to go and have a couple more beers somewhere else.